Marco, I'm giving you the floor again as a host, and we are live.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, do you mind pulling up the image for the introduction of the webinar? So we let people come in, we give 30 seconds or so, and we can start with the video. So I'm going to start the webinar in right now. So let's wait 30 seconds and we launch the video, okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
بيتي من البيوت الذي تضررت جراء الحرب، وبلغونا من الصندوق الاجتماعي ومنظمة اليونسكو. نرد بيت استأماكن. بالنسبة لنا احنا عايشين احنا وأنا وعيالي فيه، ما بنحس انه بيت، احساسنا فيه انه قصر.
الحياة قبل المشروع كانت صعبة يعني، ولا شيء أشغال كذا ثابتة، لكن بعد المشروع بدينا كذا نحسن أنفسنا.
سمعت بورشة النجارة في مدينة زبيد التاريخية فقدمت والحمد لله تم القبول. المرأة تقدر تشتغل للرجل في هذه الأمور، يقدروا ينفذوا الأمل بكل دقة وحرفية. أنا الرجل معهم صبر.
بسبب الوضع تغيرت حالتنا من حال إلى حال. قال لي فرصة عمل صهاريك، وتغيرت حالتي المادية، يعني صارت يعني أحسن من أفضل وأفضل.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and for watching the video. Every time I watch
we don't see you, Mohammed. Sorry, the camera is off.
Marco, if you can allow me to turn the camera on because I can't. Yes, thank you. Every time I see the video, I do have goosebumps, despite working all the time with such footage and such images. I have been fortunate enough to go to the field and meet with people, and I assure you that the feeling you had watching the videos becomes more maximized when you are there talking to people. Today, we do have many participants, we do have many speakers, but we hope that today's conference, after the conference, you will go away with more information about the great work that is taking place in Yemen, and the tremendous partnership that we have with our international partners, donors, and local partners as well. As we start our conference today, I would like to welcome our introductory speakers. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ernesto Oton Ramirez. He is the Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO. Prior to his position, Mr. Oton Ramirez served as Chile's first Minister of Culture, Art and Heritage, Director General of the Artistic and Culture Extension Center of the University of Chile, and Executive Director as Mutucana 100 Culture Center in Santiago. Mr. Oton Ramirez holds a master's degree in Management of Cultural Institutions and Policies and the Bachelor of Arts in Theater. ADG, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. So if you allow me, first of all, Excellency, Mr. Muammar El Eryani, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, Excellency Mr. Hans Grunberg, Ambassador of the European Union to Yemen, Excellency Mr. Mohamed Yume, Ambassador of Yemen to UNESCO, Ms. Sarah Rinaldi, Head of Unit Middle East Central Asia, Directorate General for International Partnership at the European Commission, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. So for us, it's a pleasure to welcome you today to celebrate Yemen's unique cultural heritage, as well as the successful UNESCO-EU partnership to protect and promote this heritage as a lever for livelihoods and social cohesion. Yemen is home to a rich and irreplaceable heritage with an outstanding universal value for all of humanity. The conflict in Yemen, now in its 7th year, has resulted in economic decline, high unemployment, and rising poverty. It has also posed significant threats to the country's cultural heritage due to the conflict, as well as a long-term lack of maintenance. Yemen has lacked the resources to coordinate the safeguarding of its heritage. In addition to this challenging context, extreme weather conditions have affected several World Heritage sites, and the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has created new risks and interventions around the interventions. In 2000, the historic town of Zabid in Yemen was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. In 2015, the old walled city of Shibam and the old city of Sana'a were also included on the same list due to the damage caused by the ongoing conflict. Worldwide, the deterioration and looting of cultural sites have revealed the strong connection between the cultural, humanitarian, and security dimension of conflicts. Damage to cultural heritage and diversity also hurts people, communities, their rights, their livelihoods, and their security. Since 2018, UNESCO, the European Union, the government of Yemen, the Social Fund for Development, and local communities have joined forces to protect Yemen's identity, heritage, and cultural life by rehabilitating more than 150 historical buildings. Despite setbacks, the project was employed over 2,500 young women and men and has supported 500 artists and 8 cultural associations to boost income generation in Yemen's cultural industries. The project links livelihoods and culture through heritage rehabilitation and social protection. Activities carried out thus far have helped to meet the most urgent humanitarian needs of crisis, providing access to livelihoods, strengthening economic resilience, and restoring social cohesion, while promoting local ownership over the safeguarding of World Heritage. Participatory cash for work schemes in heritage restoration were implemented in historical sites for the first time. Community-based assessments of priorities and urban rehabilitation works, supported by consultation with local government agencies and master builders association, were also carried out. Since 2015, UNESCO has stepped up its effort in Yemen by mobilizing its resources and coordinate the international response to safeguard Yemeni heritage. Thanks to generous funding of the European Union and to complementary support from Heritage Emergency Fund, we managed to implement successful large-scale intervention. We are building on good practices and lessons learned to further reinforce a people-centered approach, highlighting the importance of communities. This is a key objective of the EU as well, which is why I am glad to have beneficiaries on board today, as well as a series of inspiring videos. So the one that we saw before, testimonies from Yemenis who remind us that because culture is what helps people cope with crisis, we need to make culture more resilient to crisis, more than ever before. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the European Union for its continued support, trust, and confidence in UNESCO's work in Yemen. And more broadly, UNESCO commends the European Union and its member states for their political commitment to the global protection of cultural heritage in the context of armed conflict. We welcome the strong cooperation between UNESCO and the EU in the designing of the new EU concept on cultural heritage in conflict and crisis, and are looking forward to the conclusions that will be adopted in support of this concept very soon. Time of crisis tend to open some opportunities for change, and today I'm looking forward to discussing how this project in particular will move forward. Let's continue working better together to protect cultural heritage as a driver for prosperity, social cohesion, and lasting peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director General. Now I have the honor to introduce His Excellency, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism, Muammar Al-Aryani. He was appointed previously as Minister of Tourism, Minister of Information, and Minister of Youth and Sports in Yemen. He holds a Bachelor in Planning and Development from Baghdad University and a Master's degree in Arts from American World University. Many of his articles were published in international newspapers such as Washington Times. Your Excellency, thank you so much for being with us, and I would like to give you the floor to start your work. Thank you.
شكرا كثيرا. السيد أرنستو أوتون راميريز مساعد المدير العام للثقافة منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتربية والعلوم والثقافة اليونسكو، سعادة السيد هانز جراوندبيرغ سفير الاتحاد الأوروبي في اليمن، سعادة الدكتورة أنا باوليني ممثلة اليونسكو في اليمن، السيدة سارة رينالدي رئيسة وحدة الشرق الأوسط وآسيا المديرية العامة للشراكة الدولية في المفوضية الأوروبية، سعادة السفير محمد جميح سفير اليمن لدى اليونسكو، السيدات والسادة الضيوف الكرام جميعا كلا باسمه وصفته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم، وأود أن أشكر جميع المتحدثين والمشاركين الذين أعربوا عن اهتمامهم بهذا الحدث الهام. إن التراث اليمني متنوع وفريد من نوعه، وأنا فخور بالتقدم الذي تحقق خلال الأشهر الماضية، ليس فقط لحماية مواقع التراث العالمي اليمني مثل شبام وصنعاء وزبيد، ولكن أيضا لترشيح مواقع أخرى من القائمة المؤقتة. لقد تأثر تراثنا بشدة خلال السنوات السبع الماضية، وتعرضت حياة سكان هذه المناطق التاريخية للخطر، تاركة بعضهم دون مأوى ملائم، وتفاقم الوضع المتردي أصلا لكثيرين آخرين. كما تهدد الظروف المناخية أيضا بقاء التراث الثقافي الفريد لليمن، والذي يشهد على الإبداع البشري والقدرة على التكيف مع المناظر الطبيعية والظروف البيئية المتنوعة في البلاد. إن التدمير المتعمد للتراث هو هجوم على هوية الناس ومعيشة المجتمعات وعلى السلام. أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأطلق نداء عالميا للمنظمات الدولية والجهات المانحة للقدوم لدعم قطاع الثقافة في اليمن من خلال الانضمام إلى اليونسكو والجمهورية اليمنية في جهودنا للحفاظ على الثقافة اليمنية وتعزيزها لتصبح كنزا فريدا وقيما للمستقبل. وبصفتي وزيرا للإعلام والثقافة والسياحة في الجمهورية اليمنية، أود أن أكرر التزام حكومتي بقيادة فخامة الرئيس المناضل عبد ربه منصور هادي رئيس الجمهورية تجاه جهود اليونسكو والاتحاد الأوروبي القيمة للحفاظ على هذا المشروع التراثي المتميز في اليمن. وأود أن أنوه إلى أن وزارة الثقافة والسياحة والإعلام أصبحت في إطار وزارة واحدة، مما يجعلها شريكا مؤسسيا رئيسيا للتعاون بين القطاعات. إن المعلومات ووسائل الإعلام المختلفة هي المفتاح لتوثيق ونشر الوعي حول التراث وتعزيز الشعور بملكية ذلك التراث بين الشباب. كما أن السياحة سواء كانت داخلية أم خارجية هي قطاع رئيسي لتثمين التراث ونشر معرفته وقيمته العالمية. كما أن الثقافة عامل مهم في تشكيل الهوية اليمنية، وثرواتنا الثقافية الفريدة مصدر فخر للشعب اليمني. وتعتبر الحكومة اليمنية الثقافة أداة لتحديد القواسم المشتركة في مواجهة الدعوات المتزايدة للاختلافات وتعزيز بناء السلام. يسمح مشروع النقد مقابل العمل الذي تم تجربته في اليمن بإشراك المجتمعات المحلية في تنفيذ أعمال إعادة التأهيل الحضري من خلال تزويد الشباب بأجور يومية وتطوير مهاراتهم، كما يضمن تخصيصا أفضل لجهود الحماية. وأود أن أسلط الضوء على مجالات أخرى لها أولوية قصوى بالنسبة لنا. أولا، الحفاظ على المخطوطات التراثية التي تزخر بها بلادنا والتي طالها العبث من قبل الميليشيا الحوثية في السنوات الماضية، خاصة في دار المخطوطات ومخطوطات الجامع الكبير بصنعاء، حيث تم تهميش وإبعاد الكوادر الفنية والإدارية لدار المخطوطات وتمكين جهات غير قانونية وغير رسمية على دار المخطوطات، والذين قاموا بحسب المعلومات المؤكدة الواردة إلينا بالعبث بمحتويات الدار ومحاولة الاستيلاء على المخطوطات النادرة فيه، وكذلك على قواعد بيانات المخطوطات. إن وزارة الإعلام والثقافة والسياحة تشعر بالقلق من هذه الممارسات غير القانونية، وتحمل ميليشيات الحوثي مسؤولية فقدان أو تلف المخطوطات كل من دار المخطوطات والجامع الكبير بصنعاء. ونناشد المنظمات الدولية المعنية وعلى رأسها منظمة اليونسكو المعنية بشكل مباشر بالتراث الثقافي للدول في حال النزاع المسلح، حيث أن اليمن وقعت على جميع تلك الاتفاقيات، وذلك للقيام بدورها في الحفاظ على الموروث الثقافي اليمني من خلال الإشراف والضغط على الجهات المسؤولة بالحفاظ على سلامة المخطوطات. ثانياً، العمل على حماية واستعادة الآثار اليمنية التي طالها التدمير الممنهج خلال السنوات الماضية، تارة بالنهب والتهريب والبيع، وأخرى بالاستهداف المباشر عن طريق التفجير والقصف وتحويلها لمخازن أسلحة وثكنات عسكرية، حيث تؤكد المعلومات لدينا من قبل عاملين في قطاع الآثار والمتاحف والمخطوطات في المناطق التي تسيطر عليها الميليشيا الحوثية قيام قيادات حوثية بتهريب آلاف القطع والمخطوطات الأثرية إلى خارج اليمن بعد سرقتها من متاحف ومواقع أثرية، حيث تم الاستيلاء على قطع أثرية كثيرة ومتنوعة، ومن بينها تماثيل برونزية كبيرة وصغيرة ونقوش وعملات ذهبية وفضية وتمائم نحاسية وألواح حجرية ورؤوس سهام وغيرها، فضلاً عن الآلاف من المقتنيات والقطع والنقوش والمخطوطات الأثرية القديمة، والتي يعود تاريخها إلى عصور يمنية قديمة، والتي تم نهبها من داخل المتحف الوطني بصنعاء ومتاحف دمار وإب وغيرها من المدن الواقعة تحت سيطرة الميليشيات الحوثية. وبالرغم من الصعوبات والعراقيل التي يعيشها البلد ومؤسساته الثقافية التي دمرتها الحرب بسبب الانقلاب الحوثي على الدولة ومؤسساتها، فوق ما كانت تعاني هذه المؤسسات من الضعف والفقر والقصور في الإمكانيات، إلا أننا في وزارة الإعلام والثقافة والسياحة والمؤسسات المعنية المختصة بالتراث والآثار والمخطوطات نبذل كل ما في وسعنا للحفاظ على تراثنا وآثارنا، ونحاول ومعنا كل المؤسسات المعنية منع تهريبها وبيعها، ونعمل على محاولة استعادة ما تم نهبه وتهريبه، حيث قمنا بإعداد سجل وتوثيق للآثار والمخطوطات التي تم نهبها أو تدميرها في هذه الحرب الكارثية التي أشعلتها الحركة الحوثية. وكلنا أمل في تعاون المؤسسات الإقليمية والدولية، وعلى رأسها منظمة اليونسكو، الذين يدركون القيمة التاريخية والمعرفية والإنسانية والفنية لهذا التراث العظيم، والعمل معنا في صون هذا التراث والحفاظ على الآثار، والعمل على استرجاع ما فقد منها وما تم تهريبه في دول العالم مختلفة. ثالثاً، مكافحة الاتجار غير المشروع بمصنوعات التراث الثقافي، حيث تم تنظيم دورات تدريبية لدعم إنشاء كيان قانوني يمكنه دعم استعادة التراث المنهوب والتنسيق مع أصحاب المصلحة الدوليين مثل الانتربول ودور المزادات. وفي هذا الصدد يسعدني أن أرى متابعة ملموسة لورش العمل التدريبية في يونيو المقبل من خلال دورات جديدة عبر الإنترنت. بالإضافة إلى ذلك نقوم بالتحضير للتصديق على البروتوكول الثاني لاتفاقية عام 1954 بشأن حماية التراث الثقافي في حالة النزاع المسلح، ونطلب المزيد من التعاون الدولي والمحلي لترجمة هذه الأدوات إلى خطط والتزامات ملموسة. رابعاً، حماية وتعزيز مكانة الفنانين اليمنيين. لقد تأثر الفنانون اليمنيون بالنزاع. إن تأمين الدخل لآلاف الممارسين الثقافيين في سياق جائحة كورونا كوفيد-19 التي أثرت على الحياة الثقافية والخدمات أمر أكثر صعوبة. وخلال العام الماضي بذلت اليونسكو جهود مشكورة لتوحيد المنظمات الثقافية من خلال الدورات التدريبية وورش العمل الاستشارية والمنح الصغيرة لريادة الأعمال الثقافية. هذا هو مجال توظيف كبير للآلاف من الشباب والشابات الذين يحتاجون إلى الاستمرار، ونؤكد على الحاجة إلى ضمان الحماية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للفنانين الشباب، لأنهم في قلب الاقتصاد الإبداعي ويمكنهم أن يلعبوا دورا رئيسيا في الحوار والتماسك الاجتماعي والمصالحة والسلام. ونأمل في توسيع نطاق برامج المنح المتاحة للفنانين الشباب وتغطية مجالات أكبر. كما أود أن أؤكد أننا في الحكومة اليمنية نعمل للمصادقة على اتفاقية 2005 لدعم وتعزيز التعبير الثقافي. إن حكومة الجمهورية اليمنية على استعداد للمساعدة في توسيع نطاق التدخلات والدعم في هذه المجالات. كما نؤمن بمحورية الثقافة في تحسين سبل العيش السكان، ونود أن نلعب دورا قياديا في الشراكة بين اليونسكو والاتحاد الأوروبي مع وزارة الإعلام والثقافة والسياحة. وأود هنا أن أشيد بفريق المشروع والشركاء المنفذين على نجاحهم وأكرر دعوتي للمنظمات الدولية والجهات المانحة للانضمام إلى هذه المبادرة والمساعدة في جعلها مستدامة. شكرا لكم جميعا على حسن الاستماع، متمنيا أن يخرج هذا اللقاء التشاوري بنتائج مثمرة تؤدي إلى تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة. وأستسمحكم عذرا لأنني مرتبط باجتماع آخر صادف في نفس هذا الاجتماع لوزراء السياحة على مستوى العالم، وقد أخذت فترة ساعة لأجل المشاركة، وحرصت أن أكون متواجدا وحاضرا في هذا اللقاء المهم. وأود أن أشكركم على هذا التحضير وهذا الإعداد لهذا اللقاء. وسيمثلنا في هذا الاجتماع بعد مغادرة سعادة السفير محمد جميح. مرة أخرى أجدد الشكر والتقدير للاتحاد الأوروبي ولليونسكو وكل الشركاء، والسلام عليكم.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We are very happy to hear your words calling up, launching a call for international organizations to contribute to the culture sector in Yemen. It is something that we value and encourage. I would like to move forward to introduce our next speaker. The head of unit for Middle East, Central Asia, Directorate General for International Partnership in the European Commission. Ms. Sara Rinaldi has studied political science and holds a master's degree in international development cooperation. She has been working for the Commission since 2003 through different roles. Thank you so much, Ms. Rinaldi, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Assistant Director General, dear Minister, Excellencies, participants, let me reciprocate the thanks for the long-standing partnership between the European Union and UNESCO first. And as well, let me thank UNESCO for organizing this important event and for inviting me to share a few insights to kickstart what will surely be a stirring and thought-provoking discussion. Let me start by saying that the European Union places high importance on culture, because culture in all its dimensions can be a powerful tool even in the bleakest situations. Culture carries the potential to unite around common cultural heritage. It also stimulates critical thought and understanding through cultural and creative industries and through cultural and interface dialogue. Ultimately, culture can support post-crisis reconstruction and recovery. The European Union and UNESCO have embarked on a journey in Yemen to realize the potential of culture in a crisis context, among other countries, notably Iraq, in which we work as well together. So you will have the chance today and tomorrow to explore in detail the challenges that we have faced and ultimately the inspiring successes that we have yielded in Yemen, and this was showed in the video. In fact, I recently had the honor of speaking about the potential of culture in a crisis context at a panel discussion kindly organized by UNESCO in the framework of the Abu Dhabi Culture Summit on March the 8th. There, I emphasized the fact that cultural heritage gives identity. And I spoke of the high priority that the European Union places on preserving cultural heritage in conflict and post-conflict settings. Also in other settings, but especially in those difficult settings. Indeed, we believe that identity is crucial to foster reconciliation and to build peaceful societies and nations. In fact, culture is an indispensable element to overcome a crisis. Not the only one, of course, but indispensable. The protection and the reconstruction of cultural heritage is important because it's central to people's shared identity and to peace. But it also carries great potential for boosting the local economy. Precious skills can be transferred to young people and open new opportunities for revenue. This interlinkage between both intangible and very concrete tangible outcomes is the basis of the Cash Forward project implemented by UNESCO in Yemen. Yemen is now entering its 7 years of conflict, which has devastated people's lives and livelihoods. It has also threatened to destroy a rich cultural heritage of importance, not only to the Yemeni people, but also to all of us, to humanity. Yemen is not only the world's largest humanitarian crisis, but also one of the most acute situations in terms of human development. The country was already not in line at all with global development standards before the war, but now it has been set back by more than 40 years. So in a country where 70% of the population are below the age of 25, this paints a grim picture for the future. Our Cash for Work project with UNESCO has not only contributed to preserve the rich social fabric in Yemeni communities, as well as traditional skills and craftsmanship, it has also sustained the hope for progress, for better opportunities for young people. Concretely, the project has created more than 1,000 jobs for young people under the age of 35. This means that it has provided these young Yemenis an alternative, actually, to becoming part of the war economy. It has also taught them valuable skills, which will continue providing them employment opportunities in the future. So you see how the provision of income-generating opportunities and its link with the promotion of cultural expressions offer an innovative contribution to peace building, reconciliation, and recovery. Through its small grants program to cultural civil society organizations, the project invests in cultural and creative industries as a source of income for young people. The project has fostered a network of young Yemeni cultural operators, including very active social media influencers. This network will do its share in increasing youth engagement in peace building. To put our work in Yemen in a broader context, the European Union has been investing over the last 4 years in projects that support the link between the culture and livelihoods in post-conflict and crisis situations. These have included Iraq, Afghanistan, Mali, Burkina Faso, often in close partnership with the UNESCO. So, in conclusion, and because one of the objectives of the present conference is to explore new pathways and synergies for the futures, I would like to bring to your attention some observations based on this past experience that we have had so far. First, for culture to be seen as an area that both humanitarian and development financing can support, we have seen that it's important that cultural interventions do not work in silo, but are very well integrated in the relief, recovery, and reconstruction work, and clearly meet the needs of the local communities. And second, an area to explore is the partnerships with foundations, bilateral donors, potentially private sector actors. This, of course, depends very much on the local contexts, but as countries move from insecurity to progressive stability, there can be increased appetite of private banks or private donors to invest in culture in light of the potential of areas such as tourism. So this is the value of culture. Even in the worst situation, it always gives an outlook to the future, hope for a better future, as I said, even in the most difficult situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rinaldi. We are happy to hear that our vision as UNESCO and the EU are aligning in supporting the young people of Yemen with a core focus on culture and development. I'm honored to introduce our next speaker, the head of permanent delegation of Yemen of the Republic of Yemen to UNESCO, Dr. Mohammed Jumeih. He's a Yemeni poet, writer, diplomat. He served as a political writer and editor for the Middle East and Arab East Jerusalem newspaper, and many others as well. Mr. Jumeih holds a bachelor and a master's degree in Arabic literature from Sana'a University, as well as a PhD in translation from Wales University. He's a member of the British National Institute for Education and the Faculty of Languages at the University of Sana'a. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Jumeih, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ernesto Oton Ramirez, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Muammar al-Eryani, Minister of Information, Tourism and Culture in Yemen, Mr. Hans Grundberg, Ambassador of the UE in the European Union in Yemen to Yemen, and Ms. Anna Paulini, UNESCO representative in Gulf State and Yemen, Ms. Sarah Rendali, Head of Unit Directorate General of International Partnership, European Commission, distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am sincerely delighted to join you again to celebrate the achievement of UNESCO EU Culture Program in Yemen. I have to admit that meetings organized so far under the program have always been very inspiring and refreshing. They shed light, indeed, on the realities on the ground, open up frank discussion, and often question of our traditional representations towards heritage and culture by showcasing the possible contribution to economic resilience, social cohesion, and dialogue. I am aware that during the past 2 years, the project has spared no efforts to involve youth to protect our world heritage and develop cultural instruments in Sana'a, all city of Sana'a, Shibam, Zabid, and Aden. On behalf of the government of Yemen, I would like to reiterate our continued support to this concrete intervention, and I would like to call for its continuation and sustainability. During the last year, the COVID-19 pandemic had led to the loss of human lives and caused many challenges to public health, agriculture, and businesses in Yemen. Yemen has already been suffering from economic and social disruption, and COVID-19 has only intensified it. Despite the setbacks and challenges, I witnessed the project's progress while following safety protocols. It's crucial to support vulnerable local communities, particularly unskilled youth, while their livelihoods continue to be impacted. I'm happy to acknowledge that project has already employed more than 2,500 Yemeni workers, including young women, to rehabilitate 150 historic sites in Sana'a, Shibam, Aden, and Zabid, while supporting their families. Young Yemenis are also acquiring skills, getting jobs, and protecting our rich heritage and the lives of those who reside there. The project has also achieved significant progress in cultural programming by supporting and funding viable cultural projects. I am happy to notice that the previous funded 8 cultural associations successfully fostered youth talents in the fields of poetry, filmmaking, crafting, and cultural preservation. Yemeni youth are the key to our future success. For sure, a lot more can be done in so many provinces. Thanks to the Yemen's rich history, every small village is heritage. This is why we need more trainings for local heritage agencies and for local heritage agencies to protect historic sites, more nominations on the World Heritage List, fight looting and illicit trafficking. Young artists and creators also need more opportunity of professional development. And for all of this, we need to expand the Cash for Work project to rural areas and create thousands of jobs for youth in urgent need of support. I am looking forward to seeing participants' achievements and learn more from their ideas, talents, imagination, in order to build a better and more prosperous Yemen together. As I noticed that many young Yemenis artists are joining us today, to celebrate Yemen's cultural diversity, I would like to announce that Yemen is preparing for the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and the Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, which could open up additional opportunities of technical and financial support for all our arts communities. We are also progressing with the ratification of the second protocol of the 1954 Convention on the Protection of Cultural Heritage in the event of armed conflict. I strongly believe this project will pave the way to make Yemen peaceful again. Thank you all. Thank you for all what you have done, for all your efforts, and I look forward to having a fruitful discussion with you on advancing our community goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We are very happy to share with you our next video today. Ms. Rinaldi said it is about providing alternatives for young people. It is about providing choices that will lead to empowerment. Let us watch this short video where we can see. We don't have audio. Please turn the audio on, the person is sharing.
بسبب الوضع تغيرت حالتنا من حال إلى حال، والوضع هذا يخليك تشتغل أكثر من حاجات. اشتغلت وكافحت ودرست، خريج محاسبة بكالوريوس، اشتغلت في جانب عمل كلية الهندسة متعاقد على راتب 13,000. ما تسوي ليش حاجة يعني 13,000 في الوضع الحالي. كان معي أسرة ولي شخصي كأنا كشاب صعب، وإذا معي أسرة كمان صعب يعني أعيش فيها. أقل لي فرصة عمل الصهاريج، وتغيرت حالتي المادية يعني صارت يعني أحسن من أفضل وأفضل. أشكر المنظمة على تحفيز الشباب وأعطاهم الفرص للعمل. شكرا كل من دعمونا.
Thank you so much for your time. I hope that Wajdi's story really touched your and gave you a better understanding about the impact the project has. Next, we move to two presentations that have been prepared. One by our Office Director, Dr. Anna Paolini, and the other by Deputy Head of Social Fund for Development, our main implementing partner in Yemen. The next presentations will provide us all with the thought-provoking ideas about the impact that we do and the challenges we face, but most importantly, the lessons we are learning and improving. I give the floor to the Deputy Head of SFD, Mr. Wissam Qaid.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and greetings to Excellencies, the ambassadors present, and greetings, warm greetings to our colleagues at the EU and at UNESCO, and a huge thank you for arranging this really wonderful event, and a warm greeting to the many people who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to follow this great event online, and the engagement throughout the week really on social media has been fascinating. Well, in this slide, I have actually two key messages that set the frame for the rest of the presentation. And the first message is conditional cash transfers, such as cash for works, are part and parcel really of Yemen's social protection system and safety net system. And what we've been able to do in a smart way with UNESCO is really to kind of expand social protection and to encompass cultural and heritage sites and communities. We're seeing now we have a much more diverse social protection portfolio than we did just 2 years ago because of this project. And what that really means is that we're able to operate in the In'ash or in Shibam, and it's just 2 years ago, engineers in the social fund and elsewhere would have thought that may not have been possible, but we're proving that it can be done. The second key message really is linking social protection to livelihoods gives a longer term perspective. It allows us to create opportunities that our beneficiaries are calling, in quotations, dignity. And that, I guess, is in comparison to maybe a basket of food items, skills, and the tools to do are really powerful. And I think what they're really saying is we generate the potential to break poverty traps out of these types of interventions. So if you could please move on to the slide. And the one after that as well. So, you know, I'm focusing today on human capital. Those with fewer skills and less time in education or opportunity in work and the work experience will always struggle to break poverty traps. And in this kind of an intervention, in this kind of a project where young people have opportunities to the cash for works experience, working and getting that kind of exposure to highly skilled master builders, you're setting them up to be a lot more productive. I'm not sure if you can make out the picture in the background, but you have these three young men cascading a mud brick building and maintaining this building. And in Wadi Hadramaut, we estimate there are over 80% or around 80% of homes are made out of mud. So that really gives you an indication of the income potential. But some more food for thought here is what we're seeing on cash interventions that have this longer term dynamic linking to livelihoods, whether in agriculture or construction, is we're seeing a tendency of attracting people from the front lines. Voluntarily, young people on the front lines are voluntarily choosing the option of sustainable livelihoods over violence. What is important to note, though, is it is not really to flood the markets with hundreds of young people with one specific skill, with one skill. Diversification in skill sets is really important to achieve the kind of sustainable livelihoods. And what culture and heritage offers more than it does in our other catch for work interventions is that diversity in skills, very fine skills that are required. So whether it's whitewashing, as you see in the picture in the background, or mud building in Zabur, we're generating and supporting young people to build these skills, and they're working on 151 buildings across the 4 cities. And we're seeing incomes increase from 4,000 the project per day to around 12,000 through labor market contracting. Next slide, please. But more than a question, probably this is a fact. Master builders are a huge resource. However, there is this trade-off. Master builders like to keep it within the family. What we need to do is to support them or incentivize them to release that know-how. And that's been one of the challenges of this project. And we can do that through very smart internship schemes where we're supporting master builders, building their capacities, supporting them to become instructors. And if we can do that, if we can manage that trade-off, this is what we'll achieve. Applying these skills across the cities, wonderful cities such as the old city of Sana'a. It was Tim McIntosh who said, it's like icing sugar on gingerbread biscuits. And you can see that in the before and after picture as well. So very vivid. If we can move on to the next slide. The slide with the 2 pictures of Shibam. Yes, there we are. So you can see on the left, the foundation has been eaten away, it's crumbling. And you can see on the right, the work that has been done to support the foundations. These buildings will continue to stand now for another 5 to 10 decades. At the same time, a huge public good is the paving. And we're noticing women are saying to us that there's less dust and shopkeepers are spending less time in dusting their products. However, there are some challenges and very important challenges, particularly on gender and social inclusion and the outcomes that we're seeing in this project. In 2020, 55% of the people receiving cash transfers at social fund were women. It falls to 27% on cash for works, which are predominantly construction. And in this project, it's around 10%. So there's a lot more we need to do. We're introducing now a gender checklist, which is going to help significantly. We've introduced online gender training for our 2,000 consultants, contractors and vendors and our staff. And we've recently appointed a gender team to help on this. But there's a call out here to the EU and to UNESCO, and that's to really help social funds, to help us develop this online gender training material. We want to set the trends. We have the clout on the ground in terms of a major implementer, and we can turn around trends on gender. Next slide, please. We're seeing young women are registering on the craft types of interventions. So you can see in this picture, the Qamaria, but also in wood carving and wood painting. Unfortunately, I do not have a painting of ceilings of the houses of Zabid where women have painted complete ceilings, but we'll be showing that as soon as it's available. Mohammed, I think you're rushing me, but you're one slide ahead. Are you on the livelihood slide?
Yes, sorry, it takes a bit to flip that you receive the signal. So now it's
okay.
Livelihood. Yeah.
So just to touch base a little bit on the financial capital, what we're finding at Social Fund when young people are earning between $400 or over $400 in cash for works, there's that residue where they can use to invest in assets and livelihood tools. However, we really need to think more broadly. And what we're doing in this project is supporting young people to obtain a national ID. Last year, Social Fund registered around 88,000 national IDs in our systems. And in the project, every young person has obtained an ID by the end of the project, which means they're able to open a bank account. And then we can start to integrate into our SME program, which is a really successful program, and start to think about mobile money and microfinance. So integrating between cultural heritage and SME development, as Sarah Randaldi mentioned at the beginning in her talk, the role of private sector. The next slide, please. And we're really fortunate in this project because, you know, we have a fantastic team at UNESCO led by Anna, who is also a believer in integration. And we've already begun to sow these kind of seeds. Our colleagues from the Small and Micro Enterprise Promotion Service will be talking later. They're involved in the project. Now, you know, I'm a big dreamer. I love to dream. 2,370 workers so far in the project. All of them went on to establish an enterprise. You'll have 10,000 sustainable jobs. But it doesn't have to be a dream if we can offer grants to young people, asset transfers, if we can make the microfinance solutions work for them, and we can. If we can develop the paid internship schemes and go that extra mile, we can do it. Next slide, please, Mohammed. When discussing cash for works and the advantage of cash for works, typically you get three answers. And one is they're efficient. Number two is choice. Beneficiaries have a choice. They can choose how to spend the cash. And the third is that we revitalize markets. But just touching on what Sarah was mentioning at the beginning of the talk, I think we also support communities in bonding. In this picture on the right, it's of the water tanks in Aden that was devastated recently and last year through flash floods. Communities coming together to solve a public, a common problem and to work on a public good shared experience. And that in itself supports bonding in these stressful times. In addition, it's also really about helping local people solve local problems. And the planning process, getting communities to be involved in the planning process is in itself investment in human capital. There's nothing stronger than that, seeing communities planning and putting their priorities in order. And we're seeing that throughout social funds projects. And I think lastly, these funds must be seen as an investment and not a cost. We're investing in skills and revitalizing markets and empowerment. And empowerment for me is really the freedom to do and the freedom to be. And if we can get to that, we can get to happiness. And I think that's really what we want to achieve, a happier Yemen. The next slide, please, Mohammed. So thank you for listening. Again, thank you to UNESCO and the EU for their support and for the many people who have engaged with us for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wissam. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Anna Paolini, UNESCO representative in the Arab states of the Gulf and Yemen, to give her presentation.
Well, first of all, salam alaikum, good afternoon to everybody online, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It's really an honor for me to present a quick overview of the result of this challenging yet very successful project. And if I comment with what Wissam had just said, I'm a dreamer too, but I think we have tangible and concrete results in front of us. So it's much more than a dream. We actually can touch with our hands what has been a challenging process. For sure, we started discussing with the EU in 2014-15, thinking on how culture can really contribute to resilience in the longer term, and how culture can contribute to economic growth and livelihood in the current crisis, but also in the longer term. And yet we are here a few years after, really to show you what we have achieved. Next. Yes, these are our target. I think that's mentioned all over before, involving 4,000 youth. And if I talk about youth and the situation of youth in Yemen, you know, 32% of people in Yemen are youth. And if we talk about unemployment, global unemployment figure of 2019, according to the Ministry of Planning, were 32% of unemployment. But when we zoom in into youth and we see the number of youth that are out of school or out of job market, it increased, and it was 44% even before the current crisis. So imagine now. So it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to have this bulk of youth. So our approach in the project is very clear, is human-centered, and this is very important. We talk about youth, so human. We talk about targeting private houses that are lack of maintenance and so on, and that are lived by vulnerable people. We're talking about public spaces and public good, as Wissam has just mentioned, and we are talking about targeting cultural industries, which are owned in particular by the youth in Yemen. So really a human-centered approach with yet gender also at the center. We have seen that we are lacking behind for the kind of activities that we are doing, but it's really at the core of our job. Next. Yes, we couldn't have started working on cultural heritage without doing a thorough assessment of what is the situation in Yemen. This is an ongoing process. It started 2 years ago as soon as we started the project, but it's an ongoing process because the urban fabric is in continuing transformation, and we need really to assess and document this. We have documented 8,000 buildings. We have providing and issuing now guidelines for the restoration in the four cities. So as we talk about progress, we have rehabilitated 151 buildings in the 4 cities, and enrolled between cultural industries and cultural heritage almost 3,000 out of the 4,000 target youth. So we are very well on track and on our scope. So if you look at household members, the impact is even greater. Of course, we're talking about 6,500 households, and even more if you talk the families at large. Next. When we zoom in into different realities and cities, in Sana'a we have restored 80 houses. This is one of the example of what we have done. This is Al-Qasimi district, where one house has been was collapsed, so we have restored it, providing the family to go back to the household and restart their living. And I might say that the majority of the damages of the houses were for the neglect and the lack of maintenance. In the current crisis, of course, there are other maybe priorities at the moment, but the putting a shelter above the head of vulnerable families, it is a right, and we are really focusing on that. Of course, we have worked also on public spaces like the museum, and empower this youth with training atelier, passing the knowledge from the old generation to the new generation, so that this is an impact that is not only now, but is an impact that is protracted in the medium and long term. We are creating the bulk of skills and competencies that will be used in the recovery phase. In Shibam, we have restored 28 houses. Most of the walls of Shibam, you can go in the next slides. And also, as you can see, we have repair houses. We have employed women in a very, how can I say, innovative way. They have been used to cut these trees that prevents the water really to flow. I mean, Shibam is in a wadi, so this is a work that was carried out by women. And we have, if we go to the next slides, we have also provided, of course, to the paving of the streets, providing now safe places for kids to play, for people. So they are now almost all completed and restored. And as well, next one. I think we are slow. and in moving, yes. And then we, of course, moved to other cities. In Aden, the Sultan Palace, which is hosting the National Museum, has the roof restored, some part of the storage, but also the infrastructure. And then going into the Tawila tanks, which was shown also by Wissam before, and you could see on our video, these are historical reservoirs that are essential for preventing the flash flood that is happening in every winter and every autumn in the crater area. So since the mountain do not retain the water and do not have green and trees to retain the water, all the water is flushed toward Aden. So this series of pools retain the water. So they need continuous maintenance and they need continuous repair. And this is what happened. In Zabid, which is another of the World Heritage Cities, we have restored 37 private houses, but the historic museum. But if you see at the quality of houses there, we are talking at 2 houses in particular were extremely important. One is so-called the Pasolini house, after the famous filmmaker that filmed in Zabid, which has a particular kind of ceiling, but also of decoration. So with the restoration, we have increased the skills of unskilled laborers to work on these refined architectures. So again, building this core of people that will be able to be used in future for continuous restoration. And I want to remind everybody, and of course the Yemeni knows, every single little village in Yemen is heritage. So we will need hundreds of young, skilled laborers and youth to work in future. So we are proud to contribute to that. Next, if we go, and Zabid, the souk was neglected for a long period of time, and providing paving and infrastructure has been essential. But also, you know, the use of traditional bricks, for example, we cannot find it in that area. So we built a new kiln. So we are firing really the traditional bricks to be used in restoration. So very proud to have put in place back again, you know, these techniques. But, you know, it's not only about cultural heritage. There is this 500 youth that have really benefited from income generating activities dealing with creative industries. We organize training of different kind, and we have created consultative workshop given through SMEPS and SFD, which is our fantastic partner on the ground, small grants really to support these local small communities, which are all led by youth. And for them was really important for us to maintain, of course, alive this tradition of creative industries, but for them in particular, giving them a platform and see that actually they can make a living out of it. So we have given even training courses on basic skill of entrepreneurship, of monitor and evaluation, so that then they can really invest with seed money and move ahead their businesses that become their support in life. So these are few examples, Women Child Association on handicraft, but we have supported other, you know, small CSO in developing, for example, online cultural contents with the help of another great partners, R&W Media, that we will hear after, that have been used to promote the project, but also to transmit to the young Yemeni that really youth, the really culture is not something that you just observe and admire, but it's something that really can make a difference in your life. And through also this communication that was developed by these CSOs, we can say that we have reached 7 million people, mostly in Yemen, through the development of these media contents, that they resulted in 84 media features, whether in social media or traditional media during last year. So we can say that we are very well known with our project in Yemen and also among the diaspora. There are, of course, lessons learned, but we think that really investing in youth is and investing in their livelihood. It's really the things to do in the long term. It's to work with Yemeni and for Yemeni. This is a project that is led by Yemeni because of our partners, and is for Yemeni. So Yemenis are beneficiary and actors at the same time. So this is extremely important, that all these resources go really to the development of capacity of youth in Yemen. We have learned, as well as the Cash for Work scheme, which was applied by UNESCO for the first time. And now there are other countries that are following, and other colleagues in Iraq and in Jordan that are following the same successful scheme, that it really can make a difference also in cultural heritage. And then, of course, that we shouldn't look only at heritage, but we should also see at creative industries and intangible heritage, because Yemeni has so much to offer. So after the lesson learned, we can say that as well, the EU project had created tremendous synergies for us to move and to develop other things outside the scope maybe of this project, but in strong synergies. We have worked on illicit traffic, for example, in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture. Today in the afternoon, we are finishing a very successful training on the 1972 convention, and hopefully that will bring a new World Heritage Site inscribed for Yemen. We are implemented a post-flooding emergency intervention in Sana'a with our PWP partners, for example, in Sana'a, and of course SFD, GOAM and GOFSI, and being able to raise funds from the emergency fund that has complemented what the EU has given us the possibility to do. And of course, we are still there, open to work more. There has been a recent flash flood in Tarim and in Adramal, so we are looking into this matter, so to also work on that. By concluding, I would like to say that I've been very privileged to work with the partner that we have on the ground. I think we are all motivated by the same enthusiasm, but the same commitment, the same, I would say, moral responsibility that we have toward the people of Yemen and the youth of Yemen in particular. I'm glad that the EU has had confidence in us as UNESCO and in our office as a team. So I would like to thank everybody, but in particular, let me thank the team of UNESCO in Yemen and at the office in Doha, and some of them working on remote out of Doha, because they have done a tremendous work, and that couldn't have been possible really with working extra hours and showing really a genuine commitment toward this project. So thank you very much. And I'm really looking forward to listen, especially to the Yemeni youth and our partners in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. I mean, on behalf of the team, we all do believe in the mandate of the organization, and we are very much committed to the essence of the project that we deeply believe in. So thank you very much, and thank you for Wissam as well for his presentation. I would like to, before I move to the first session, which will be moderated by my colleague and the manager of the project, Ahmed Zaoush, we will take a 30 minutes creative break by watching a video, the impact of the project of a homeowner.
وجودي داخل شبام طبعا يعني لي الشيء الكثير. طفولتي عشتها في داخل شبام، يعني لنا ذكريات داخل حواري شبام، في بيوت شبام. نعيش داخل شبام كأسرة واحدة، ما نشعر أننا أسر متفرقة. البيت هذا اللي نحن موجودين فيه الآن كان مهجور قبل فترة، حالته كانت يرثى لها. لو قارنا عملنا مقارنة بسيطة بين حالة البيت قبل الإعمار وحالته الآن، اختلفت كثير من حيث الواجهات كذلك السطوح. الآن البيت ما شاء الله يبشر بخير وإحياءه من جديد وبعثه من جديد، إعادة إحياء الإنسان نفسه وحتى يسكن في هذا البيت ويعيش بأمن وأمان واطمئنان بعد أن كان يعني مهمل في حالة يرثى لها. من الناحية العمرانية أنا عندما أجلس داخل بيتي والبيت يعني معمور، أنام قرير العين داخل بيتي، لأن أعرف أن يعني كحلم حققته، أجلس أنا وأسرتي في داخل البيت من دون أي خوف، مطمئن البال.
Thank you so much. What sticks always from this particular story is reviving, the home is reviving his life. And every time we work on one of the sites we do is we revive not only stones and mud, but always life of people. I'll give the floor to my colleague Ahmed to take over.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great, thank you. So thank you very much to everyone. I see that you are over 160 attendees on the Zoom platform and much more on the live streaming on YouTube. I'm really delighted to be with you today to kick off the first thematic session on this first day of the conference with the theme of community-centered urban rehabilitation in conflict context, lessons learned, challenges, and ways forward. A strong theme in this project indeed is this human-centered approach to heritage in conflict context. In times of conflict, the protection of world heritage is a shared responsibility of public authorities, international institutions, but also more than ever, local civil society organizations. Indeed, crises like the Yemen crisis have severely weakened the capacities of local governance of tangible heritage within institutions that are somehow fragmented, under-resourced to deal with conflict-related threats posed to heritage. At UNESCO, through the 1972 convention, we recognize the role of local communities for the safeguarding of local heritage, and we advocate for the involvement of youth and women-focused civil society organization at the center of pre-recovery urban strategy. However, around the world, we have very few community-based interventions that have been documented in the past in conflict context. I think this is one of the very first moments that UNESCO and EU are applying this cash for work scheme within World Heritage properties. So this action presents somehow a novel approach that combines innovative methodology in terms of rehabilitation and social protection to meet the most urgent humanitarian needs of the crisis, whether through community-based damage assessment involving local community to identify the priorities, to plan a restoration project, whether through the cash-based urban rehabilitation work involving youth. We really think that a human-centered approach involving communities and giving priority to renovation of private houses is really the best way to ensure ownership over heritage management. So in this first session, we'll discuss those methodology. We'll discuss how to concretely document and measure the tangible impact that the Cash for Work project is trying to make on the lives of people, but also on heritage preservation. We'll listen from our main implementing partners, the Social Fund for Development, but also from other major players, such as the Qatar Fund for Development, to the Heritage Emergency Fund, who have a broad experience in this regard. We'll also listen to civil society organizations based in Aden. I'm Aden again, and we have the pleasure to have Mazen Sharif with us, who will present an overview of very innovative methodologies involving homeowners and youth in the old city of Aden. But we will start first our presentation with Mr. Damien Heli. Damien Heli, I would like to thank very much Damien really for the tremendous help that Cultural Solution provided us with for the organization of this conference. Damien is the co-founder of Cultural Solution Europe. This is a social innovation group dedicated to supporting and contributing to the excellence of EU international cultural relations, thus helping to develop a strong trust in the European projects. Damien is an independent cultural advisor. He has worked as head of cultural skills for the EU, for the British Councils. He's a senior program manager. He was also senior program manager at Crisis Group, Save the World, and other institutions. He's also a visiting professor at the Department of International Relations and Diplomacy at the College of Europe in Bruges. So Damien, I would have two questions for you. Would love to hear from you, from your perspective, how is cultural heritage articulated to peace building, stability, and development in the strategic programming framework of the European Commission? What are you supported as well last November the organization of this flagship conference that was mentioned earlier by Mrs. Sarah Rinaldi on the protection and enhancement of cultural heritage in conflict and crisis. We would be interested to learn more about the recommendation of this conference, and are there any lessons learned or that you would like to share in relation to the inclusion of local communities in heritage protection and promotion? Thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Very good. So, Excellencies, dear and distinguished guests and hosts, conference organizers and participants, thank you for listening to me today. I think Ahmed has introduced me at length, so I will not add anything to the introduction. Thank you very much. Just to say that we're very honored as Culture Solutions to cooperate with UNESCO on the preparation of this event around the Yemen project, so Cash for Work, Cultural Heritage and Livelihood, which in my view is a very interesting initiative to learn from. So thank you very much for this. So to answer maybe the first part of your question, Ahmed, very quickly on what the EU has been doing in the field of cultural heritage protection in volatile or crisis areas. This idea has been on the agenda of the EU since 2018, when the EU organized the European Year for Cultural Heritage. And then it became more of a reality for a specific agenda. So indeed, in November 2020, a large conference was organized by the European External Action Service, so the diplomatic body of the EU, in order to put on the agenda of the EU this question and to see what to learn from existing practice and how to put ideas together to draft a policy document that is now in the EU policymaking pipeline. And it's expected to have some council conclusions, hopefully in June this year, on the topic. Then what is expected is to see over summer some work being done on a mini concept that would be more security oriented on the aspect of trafficking and also a security cooperation around cultural heritage protection. This is important for the EU because it's part of their so-called integrated approach to conflicts. My personal interpretation of what is going on right now is that there is a movement on the policy level, and but we're not sure how it will be translated into budget programming in the next 7 years in the new EU budget at country level. So I think what is important now is to look at the ways to make sure that some funds are earmarked and dedicated to cultural heritage protection related initiatives in partnership with partner governments and local partners. And this is where there's a need for a strong coalition of stakeholders pushing for this. I think this coalition exists. It's strong enough, but there's still some efforts to be done at the country level. So I think in the case of Yemen, particularly, the quality of the dialogue we are having today is a good example of the type of conversation everybody needs to have on the next steps in terms of EU funding. Then you asked about the recommendations of this November 2020 conference, and here I would like to maybe focus on only 3 or 4 3 recommendations. The first one is that an effective cultural heritage protection in crisis will rely on the combination of 3 factors. The first one is, and it was already mentioned, but it was acknowledged on a global scale, it's the communities empowerment. So, and when we say communities, it's not only local population, it's also cultural experts communities, technical expertise communities, and other types of networks beyond the boundaries or the borders of one single country. That's the first point, communities empowerment. So it can be a global network of cultural heritage experts on a specific aspect of cultural heritage protection. It can be architectural, it can be intangible, so on and so forth. The second component of this combination is public policy support. It's the importance of cultural policies, relief and emergency policies as well in the case of Yemen, but also security policies in certain contexts. We've heard a mention earlier in the conference about the prospect of Yemen joining the 2005 UNESCO Convention. There is a strong component of cultural policy in this convention, so that would relate to this component in the combination of factors that can provide a successful work on cultural heritage protection. And the third component is what I would call conflict sensitivity in local and foreign intervention, so that to avoid harm, to avoid counterproductive effects. So that's the first recommendation. The second recommendation is that it's all about multi-sectoral and interdisciplinary approach to cultural heritage. I think it was very clearly presented in the first part of the conference. So it's not about just culture, it's about a mix of how to address identity politics, social inclusion, climate change, sustainable development, gender, digitalization. And the third recommendation is the need for multilateral action with organizations such as the EU, UNESCO, the UN, ALIF, we'll hear about them, the Arab League, because nobody can act alone on such complex issues. So these are the key 3 points from the conference. And finally, you asked about lessons learned, and I'll try to be quick on those ones. Lessons learned regarding engaging communities, local communities in this area. And here I would like to share 3 ideas. Some of them are available in the link I shared in the chat, which is a link to a blog post about the November 2020 conference and some of ideas that we have put forward. But 3 ideas, very simple ones, but actually not that easy to always implement. First, the importance of people. So we talk about best practice, lessons learned and so on, but the quality of an intervention, of a program, is about the quality of people. So here, I would say 3 profiles are indispensable for a successful approach. First, culture-sensitive community leaders among the local communities, people who are trusted by communities and who are sensitive to the cultural realities and complexities of their communities. Second, it's the importance of interculturally sensitive mediation. So those people who can connect and translate thought, practice between local communities and other people who will come to work together with the local communities. And this mediation function is absolutely central. You need skilled people who are able to navigate various groups, various interests, various fields of expertise to go local and then very international. And I think the team we're working with today is quite an example of that. And then you need a third profile of people who are the hands-on experts. The craft masters were mentioned earlier today, the architects, but it can also be private entrepreneurs. They were also mentioned, or even satellite image processors. You know, in cultural heritage, it does matter when it comes to infrastructure and architecture. So all these hands-on experts who can bring skills and know-how into the communities together with community leaders and mediators, I would say is the third profile we need to look for. I hope I've been short enough, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Damien. This was really very clear. Thank you very much for reminding the main elements in terms of community engagement, public policy emergency support, conflict sensitivity, interdisciplinarity, multilateralism, and coordination, and also for reminding the lessons learned. And I suggest we move to the presentation from Mrs. Hind Alawi to see how we are trying to translate those recommendations into concrete operations and plan through robust monitoring and evaluation system on the ground. I think this would be an excellent transition since we're speaking about community empowerment in a conflict context and how we put people at the center. So Mrs. Hind Alawi is the deputy of the Yemeni unit at the Yemen Social Fund for Development. She has a Master of Science in Organizational Development from the University of Manchester. She has been working for the Social Fund for Development during the past 10 years, occupying important roles. Among these roles are shaping the Yemenis policies and plans, facilitating communications with donors, and also supporting in shaping strategies and policies. So, so as we just mentioned, we through this partnership with the EU, we are implementing and trying to adjust the Cash for Work scheme and the labor-intensive program toward heritage properties for the very first time, I think, in the region. This has required adaptation approach to make sure unskilled communities can manage fine or refined heritage interventions. The project had to pay attention to both heritage concern, but also livelihood needs, which requires a very robust Yemeni system to track, for instance, beneficiaries' data, wages, skills transfer, enrollment period, and also quality delivery of the restoration work to make sure they meet the international standards. So can you explain to us a bit what are the monitoring system that SFD has put in place to document tangible impact on both livelihood but also cultural heritage? And then I would like to ask you as well if you could give us your critical perspective regarding this Cash for Work scheme. We usually consider that Cash for Work is a temporary social protection measure. How do you see that serve as a safety net actually to protect beneficiaries from shocks during crisis? So how do you see the potential sustainability of this action and how we can allow those beneficiaries enrolling in the Cash for Work scheme to make income generation more sustainable and to gain more urban resilience? Thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ahmed, can you hear me very well?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be in this important event and to share our experience at the Yemen Social Fund for Development on how we adapt and innovate in monitoring and evaluation within a conflict setting. I will first go through the presentation, sharing with you what we have done and how we upgraded our monitoring system to ensure that we capture data on beneficiaries, detailed data on beneficiaries, as well as reflect on the quality of the implementation and restoration activities that we do on the ground. And then I'll answer your question about cash for work and how we think cash for work can maybe upgraded and for more sustainable kind of livelihoods. And before I dive into how SFD we continue to improve and adapt new solutions in monitoring and evaluation, I would like to give you a quick overview on how the overall monitoring and evaluation activities are taking place in SFD. Next slide. So SFD is a large organization working in various sectors with more than 300 staff members working across the headquarters and branches, handling hundreds of projects across Yemen. For that reason, we have adopted a decentralized and more linear approach to monitoring, while also keeping central functions to ensure neutrality and quality of data. So our monitoring starts at the field. Once we start the implementation of the project, we have specialized technical consultants who monitor the day-to-day implementation, resolve any issues that come up with the implementation, as well as we have specialized architects who monitor the quality of implementation. Over them, we have also branch sector officers specialized in the sector that they're working on. We have also quality monitoring officers and M&E officers who conduct like spot checks, spot field checks at certain milestones of the project lifecycle to measure and monitor performance, quality of implementation, as well as the utilization of the project, the utilization of the cash that is being transferred, as well as we have our safeguarding team who also conduct spot checks to ensure that all the safeguarding measures are being implemented on the ground and being followed. Above all of that, if you can go back to the previous slide, Muhammad. Above all of that, we have at the central level, we have the sector and specialized units of implementation, as well as the monitoring and evaluation, and we conduct, we monitor the overall implementation progress of the interventions. We also conduct spot checks to monitor quality of data generated, as well as conduct impact evaluations in collaboration with world-class research institutes, monitor the use and benefits that are generated from the projects we're implemented. All of this is done at the different levels of and different stages of the project implementation. Next slide. So the M&E process goes under continuous improvement and continuous developments. And some of these improvements are a result of challenges that we face either in the field or as a result of changes in the overall context of operations. Since 2015, the priorities have changed in Yemen from development to more kind of emergency support and resilience support through cash transfers. Therefore, we had to adopt our implementation, and also we adopt our monitoring activities to ensure that we capture the results of especially cash transfer activities. In this slide, I'll talk more about what are the main challenges that we faced since 2015 and how we adopted, and later on I'll go more into details on how we adopted, how we use these challenges to create opportunities and adopt our systems. One of the main challenges that we face, as I said, the shifting from the development into cash transfers. SFD is a development organization, and prior to 2015, we used to process data with focus around development outputs and development objectives. And these are like the number of schools we rehabilitated or the number of sites that were preserved and so on. Since the conflict started, we focused more on cash transfers and the benefits that are generating from the cash transfers. Therefore, more attention has been given to detailed data on beneficiaries, disaggregated data on them, and as well as the uses of the cash that has been transferred. this shift meant that we adopt our the way we collect data and process data. Another challenge, which is linked to the previous one, which is previously we used to process beneficiary data manually. We didn't develop the tools that allow us to be more efficient in terms of data collection. Also, our financial system used to treat the beneficiaries' data more as sums and totals and did not keep individual records. Rather, these records were kept at subsystems. Finally, one of the issues that also we have faced is that SFD is a diverse, we implement diverse activities with different implementation modalities. Therefore, we had more than one subsystem to store beneficiaries' data. Next slide, please. So to overcome all of these challenges, SFD has adopted several technological solutions to ensure that we are able to capture detailed beneficiaries and are able to analyze these data and report on them. So the SFD MIS is the main monitoring tool. It provides SFD staff and management with information on progress, technical progress, financial progress at each sub-project level, as well as overall in terms of agreements, and it allows us to compare between targets and actual achievements. So in order to, whatever we improved is to be compatible with the system and to ensure that this system will be able to capture these kind of details. So among these improvements that we made is the use of mobile applications for data collection. We have improved, we have developed a mobile application that allows us to collect detailed information for beneficiaries, giving more their gender, their status, whether they're IDPs or returnees, age group, skilled or unskilled. All of these information is captured to the application and automatically can be sent and synchronized into our MIS. It also allows for automatic calculations of payment dues of each beneficiary, so it reduces human interaction and human errors that may cause some data errors. Next slide. So another major improvement, especially
and sorry, you have 2 more minutes.
I'll try to be quick.
Thank you.
So another major improvement, which is linking our system with the bank system. So we have been able to create a secured web portal where the payment list that comes from our system goes directly to the bank, and this way we're able to track quickly who received payment, when, and where. Next slide. We're now also, so some of the things that we're working towards currently is scaling up the monitoring activities to include gathering data on patterns of payment, patterns of spending by beneficiaries, getting more information on their satisfaction of the cash that we're transferring, how they're using these cash, if they're saving, if they're not, and what are they spending the cash on. We're also working closely with our different sectors to roll out the use of the mobile applications in data collection, including our culture and heritage colleagues. We already started the training and testing of the application, and all of the new projects in culture and heritage will be using the mobile applications. And at the same time, we're working to integrate for the projects that are under implementation, integrate the data into the application. Just finally, I would like to thank you again for giving us this opportunity to take part in this event, share our experience, listen from others. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Hind, for this very inspiring presentation. We'll have the opportunity to discuss in further details the Yemeni aspect. I see that we have many questions and requests for clarification through the Q&A. I suggest we continue with our next speaker. We spoke about the importance of coordinating approaches of multilateralism. So I suggest we continue with Mrs. Fatima Jasm Al-Ansari, who is the UN Partnerships Officer at Qatar Fund for Development in the state of Qatar. Fatima holds a degree from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and DePaul University in Chicago. She previously wrote for television and film, and she received her master on education and healthcare for women and children from the DePaul University. Fatima, thank you very much for being with us today. Within the scope of this project, we had the chance to benefit from the support of the Heritage Emergency Fund. This is a multi-donor and non-earmarked funding mechanism that was established by UNESCO in 2015 to enable the organization to respond quickly and effectively to crises resulting from armed conflicts and disaster caused by natural or human-made hazard all over the world. In Yemen, QFFD support has been instrumental. You have supported the implementation of post-flood emergency intervention in Old Sana'a, and you will have the chance to share a video in a moment to show the impact of this intervention. QFFD support has also enabled the stabilization and the regeneration of the historical Al-Qasimi district in Sana'a, this important district that is somehow the postcard of Old Sana'a. And this support has also enabled the rehabilitation of 2 exemplary mansions and merchant houses in Old Zabid, Rubai House and Huwaji House. So I would like to hear more from you, Fatima, about QFFD Qatar Fund for Development priorities and strategy in relation to cultural heritage protection and livelihood promotion in the emergency context to ensure responsive humanitarian and development aid. And then I would like also to ask you about your experience within the region and similar context in terms of empowering local communities. Are there any lessons or any innovative solutions to mitigate the loss of heritage and support economic resilience of communities? Thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Ahmed. I'd like to first start with giving a brief background on what QFFD is and what QFFD does. We focus on providing humanitarian and development aid to countries in need. Our 3 priority sectors of focus are health, education, and economic development. And so far, we have funded projects in over 90 countries. So the state of Qatar has been at the forefront of countries supporting UN agencies to ensure urgent, effective, and life-saving assistance is provided to meet the urgent humanitarian needs through support to strategic partners such as UNICEF, the World Food Programme, UNHCR, as well as UNESCO, among others, and also in cooperation with Qatari-based NGOs, programs addressing food insecurity, mortality, morbidity, and water and sanitation continue to be implemented. We're particularly proud to be one of the first supporters of the Heritage Emergency Fund, as well as its highest donor. The fund has thus far achieved great impact, benefiting more than 50 countries so far. Equally important to the fund is the preservation and the protection of cultural heritage in emergency contexts. Yemen's cultural heritage has long been considered a central component of Yemen's identity, and its unique heritage reflects the country's rich and diverse history. However, the cultural heritage has suffered substantial damage amid the conflict that started in 2015, such as the cultural heritage sites in ancient cities like Sana'a, Aden, Taiz, Zabid, Saada, and Ma'rib. Cultural heritage forms an integral part of a person's identity and dignity, and it's a fundamental part of Yemen and to Yemenis. That said, in Yemen, QFFD has, through the Heritage Emergency Fund, supported substantial interventions that you've previously mentioned, such as the post-flood emergency interventions in Sana'a, the stabilization and regeneration of the historical Al-Qasimi district in Sana'a, as well as the rehabilitation of 2 exemplary private houses in Zabid. At QFFD, we continue to advocate for the protection of cultural heritage during emergency situations, as they form an integral part of communities' daily lives. It's strongly linked to social, economic, and environmental processes. It also constitutes an essential engine for economic development, and income generation, strongly impacting employment creation, poverty reduction, enterprise development, and environmental and cultural conservation. Nevertheless, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused sudden and substantial impact on cultural heritage, and many have been deprived of enjoying culture and heritage, and millions whose livelihood depends on informal employment involving cultural assets, including small and medium-sized cultural institutions, continue to be severely impacted. As for your second question on QFFD's experience in empowering vulnerable local communities, humanitarian crises are increasing, and we're already witnessing growing reversals in the progress that many countries have already built towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This is all the more reason for us to invest more in forecast-based models to strengthen disaster preparedness and, by extension, foster economic resilience. This is also key to ensure rapid humanitarian response and operations that can cater to even the most neglected and underfunded crises. Because of that, the fund supports scaling up anticipatory action through strengthened multilateral collaboration and also capitalizing on the huge potential of data and early warning systems to improve people's abilities to prepare, respond, and recover from shocks, and also to optimize available funds, as this will ultimately support in mitigating the loss of heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Thank you for being with us and for sharing all those elements with us. We really hope that we'll have the opportunity to scale up interventions in the future. I would like so our final presentation will be from Mazen Sharif. I think Mazen is connected with us. He's the founder of Aden Again, a dynamic local association based in Aden. Mazen is graduated from the University of Science and Technology in Beijing. He's a culture and community activist and a photographer as well. He's passionate about documentaries. He's a participant and organizer of several art exhibitions and events, such as Aden First Exhibition and TEDx Aden. He worked as coordinator of Aden Identity Project to archive and document the traditional urban patterns, and he moderated a lot of cultural events mobilizing important communities of young people. So Mazen, Aden Again, through the small grants program provided by UNESCO and the European Union and SMEPS, has implemented an innovative youth-led approach to document cultural heritage in the historic city of Aden that is considered as a success story because it complements efforts from traditional actors and from local government agencies dealing with heritage. Can you please tell us more about your intervention and the participatory process you put in place with local communities and civil society? This is my first question. And second question, would love to hear about the lessons learned and challenging, and why you think that it's important to democratize and decentralize heritage intervention in the context in Yemen. What was the feedback you received from heritage institutions and homeowners, and how could we foster sustainability over heritage preservation? Thank you very much.
شكرا أحمد، شكرا على المقدمة. في البداية أنا بعرض البرزنتيشن تبع المشروع، بعد كده بجيب على بعض الأسئلة، وعموما معظم الأسئلة تم إجابتها في البرزنتيشن. Can't see the screen. Okay, so بالبداية شكرا لجميع الحضور، وهي تحية دافئة. لا أعتقد أن هناك أدفأ منها، لأنها من قلب مدينة بنيت على فوهة بركان مثل ما أنتم شايفين في الصورة. هذه المدينة إذا ما سنحت لكم الفرصة للتجول في أحيائها القديمة، فإن أول ما ستلاحظونه هو تميز وتفرد طابعها المعماري وموروثها العمراني. على الرغم من وجودها داخل اليمن، إلا أن هذه المدينة لا تشبه بقية المدن القديمة والتاريخية، فهي ليست كمدينة شبام. ممكن تمشي بس السلايدات إذا ممكن. على الرغم من أن هذه المدينة متواجدة في اليمن، إلا أن طابعها المعماري الفريد لا يشبه بقية المدن، فهي ليست كشبام ولا تشبه صنعاء القديمة، أو أيضا منازلها لا تبدو كزبيد وليست كطابع. باختصار هي مدينة عدن، وهذا موروثها المعماري الفريد. خلال العقود الماضية عانت هذه المدينة وموروثها المعماري من الإهمال وعدم الاعتراف والحفاظ، مما جعلها مهددة شبه مهددة بالاندثار. نحن في مؤسسة عدن أجين الثقافية استشعرنا هذا الخطر الذي يحدق بموروث المدينة المعماري، وقررنا جديا أن نقوم بتنفيذ مشروع هوية عدن. تم خلال الأشهر الماضية، وهو ما تم بالفعل، تم تنفيذ مشروع هوية عدن خلال الأشهر الماضية مع شركائنا اليونسكو، الاتحاد الأوروبي، وسميبس. مشروع هوية عدن بالإمكان القول أنه مشروع لتوثيق وحفظ الطابع المعماري لهذه المدينة. إذا ممكن محمد بس تمشي للسلايدات اللي بعد، تقريبا 11 12. أوكي. مشروع هوية عدن هو مشروع لتوثيق وحفظ الطابع المعماري، وهو أول مشروع من نوعه قدم تدريبات متخصصة حول المعمار العدني، وكانوا المستفيدين من هذه التدريبات طلبة المعمار والديكور الداخلي. خلال المشروع أيضا عقدت لقاءات وتنسيقات مع ملاك المنازل التاريخية بهدف التنسيق للمرحلة القادمة، وهي كانت مرحلة التوثيق الميداني. استمرت مرحلة التوثيق الميداني فترة من الزمن، وخلالها تم توثيق 48 منزلا تراثيا خاصا ذو طابع عدني، وتم جمع المعلومات التي حصلنا عليها خلال مرحلة التوثيق في أحد الكتب التي أعددناها. خلال مرحلة تنفيذ المشروع وأنشطته كان الاحتكاك بالمجتمع وتعزيز دوره وواجبه تجاه الحفاظ على التراث وتراث مدينته عاملا أساسيا. قمنا بذلك من خلال عدة نقاط، أهمها كانت اللقاء الذي حدث مع الملاك وملاك المنازل التاريخية، إلى جانب أننا قمنا باستشارة وإشراك ذوي الخبرة من الأكاديميين الجامعيين في كلية المعمار. النزولات الميدانية التي تمت لمدة شهرين تقريبا كانت وطيدة الاحتكاك بالمجتمع وعلى مقربة منه. قمنا أيضا بطباعة منشورات تعريفية تعرف المجتمع بالطابع المعماري وتوعيته، إلى جانب العديد من المنشورات التفاعلية التي قمنا بنشرها على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، والتي كان صدها إيجابيا من خلال المجتمع على هذه المواقع. الشباب أيضا كانوا جزء أساسي من هذا المشروع وأهم المستفيدين منه، وقاموا بدور فعال في حفظ وتوثيق التراث ونقله وترويجه. ولاحظنا خلال المشروع أنه من المهم إشراكهم وتسخير إبداعاتهم في سبيل حفظ التراث. وخلال المشروع تكونت لديهم الكثير من الأفكار، هذه الأفكار مرتبطة بالتراث وبموروث المدينة المعماري، ومن المهم الالتفات لهذه الأفكار التي تكونت لديهم، وهي دعوة لكل الجهات الفاعلة والمختصة لإشراك الشباب في أعمال ومشاريع حفظ التراث. إلى جانب تأثر الشباب بالمشروع، تأثرت فئة الفنانين بالمشروع. فلاحظنا خلال مرحلة تنفيذ المشروع تأثر عدد من الفنانين الذين قاموا بإنتاج أعمال فنية طواعية منهم. على سبيل المثال فيديو كليب ساكنة قلبي الذي قام بتصويره الفنان في أحد المنازل ذات الطابع المعماري العدني. إلى جانب قيام أحد المصممين بإعادة تصميم بوابة عدن من وحي البوابة القديمة، وإلى جانب الكثير من الأعمال التي حاكت ونمذجت المعالم التاريخية، بالإضافة للكثير من الرسومات والأعمال الفوتوغرافية التي دمجت بين مواهب الشباب وبين التراث المعماري للمدينة التي يسكنون فيها. خلال العقود الماضية ترسخت فكرة أن التراث هو حكر على جهات حكومية، وبالتالي لم يلعب المجتمع المدني دورا قويا في حفظ وصون تراثه. هذه الفكرة بدأت بالتلاشي، فالنجاح الذي حققته مؤسسة عدن أجين في مشروعها إلى جانب المشاريع الزميلة التي حققت نجاحا أيضا في جانب التراث، استطعنا إثبات أن للمجتمع المدني دور قوي وهام وفعال في حفظ التراث. وأضحى من المهم التخلي عن فكرة المركزية في التعامل في الأمور التي تتعلق بالتراث، فدور المجتمع المدني مهم وفاعل، إلى جانب أن المجتمع المدني هو الأقرب للمجتمع والأقرب للمجتمع المحلي، إلى جانب أنه الثقة هي ثقة المجتمع المحلي بالمجتمع المدني أقوى وأكثر علاقة. طبعا لا يخلو أي مشروع من تحديات وصعوبات. واجهنا العديد من الصعوبات التي كان بالإمكان فرزها إلى نوعين. النوع الأول هو النوع الأول من التحديات هو يواجه القطاع الثقافي والتراثي بشكل عام في اليمن، وليس فقط المشروع الذي نفذناه. أول تحدي هو يتم التعامل مع الأمور المتعلقة بالتراث كأمور ثانوية، ولا يتم التعامل معها كقضية رئيسية. كل الجوانب المرتبطة بالإنسان تضرر بفعل الحرب والأزمة، ومنها الجانب التراثي، ولكن عند الحديث عن الجانب التراثي يتم التعامل معها كأنها مسألة ثانوية وليست مسألة أساسية أو رئيسية. من أهم التحديات التي تواجه القطاع التراثي هو عدم وجود أي دور فعال أو ضعف الدور الفعال للجهات الحكومية، وعدم الجدية في التعامل مع الأمور المتعلقة بالتراث، وهو شكل لنا تحدي ويشكل تحدي بشكل عام للقطاع التراثي.
Sorry, imagine you have 2 minutes only.
Okay, I am already finished.
Okay.
التحديات التي واجهت مشروع هوية عدن، أولاً عدم وجود مصادر سابقة تطرقت للطابع العدني، وعدم وجود أي قاعدة بيانات عن المنازل القديمة. ولكننا خلال المشروع هذا قمنا بإنشاء أول قاعدة بيانات، على الرغم من تواضعها إلا أنها تعتبر أول البيانات التي انشأت. من التحديات أيضاً التي واجهناها عندما أعلنا عن التدريب المتخصص في الطابع المعماري، لاحظنا الإقبال الشديد من طلبة المعمار، وهو ما يدل على احتياج الطلاب لمثل هذه التدريبات، ولكن للأسف لم نستطع إلا قبول العدد الذي يسمح لنا فيه المشروع. الآن ننتقل إلى الدروس أو أهم النقاط التي لمسناها خلال تنفيذ المشروع. أهمها كان مدى احتياج الشباب لهكذا مشاريع تؤهلهم وتشركهم وتصقل مهاراتهم وتوظفها في سبيل حفظ التراث. اكتشفنا أيضا مدى فائدة إشراك المجتمع والقرب منه في تنفيذ مشاريع مثل هذه المتعلقة بتراث المجتمع وبهويته. لامسنا أيضا احتياج الطابع العدني للكثير من الاهتمام والحفظ والصون. مشروعنا مثل ما ذكرت في البداية كان مشروع توثيقي، وهو بمثابة التقاط صورة شخصية لشخص على وشك الاحتضار، ونأمل أن يتم إنقاذ هذا الطابع الفريد لما سيضفيه من تنوع للتراث اليمني وأيضا للتراث الإنساني. أخيراً، إن الحديث عن الموروث المعماري لعدن وعن معالم عدن يبدأ بإعلانها محمية تاريخية. أنا كنت أتمنى أن معالي الوزير يكون متواجد لسماع هذه النقطة. نحن نأمل أن يتم إعلان عدن محمية تاريخية، وهو الطريق الأول للحفاظ على معالمها وموروثها المعماري. بالأخير كلمة شكر أوجهها لليونسكو والاتحاد الأوروبي على جهودهم في سبيل في القطاع الثقافي والتراثي في اليمن، وشكرا للجميع على استماعكم.
شكرا جزيلا مازن على هذه المداخلة. حبيت فقط أشارك بعض الملاحظات والأسئلة اللي جاتنا من الويندو chat. So we have some questions and comments from the window chat that are extremely relevant. I'm afraid we are running out of time and we have a video, so I will just share the main question to keep them in mind maybe for the discussion later on during the day. But we have, a very important number of questions asking us about the grievance system, the complaints management, the complaint that we may receive from local communities, how is the Yemeni system adapted to that, and how are we keeping in mind that we are operating in a high-risk environment, that there might be fraud and corruption, so how SFG is anticipating, how are we selecting staff, doing payment, and how things work concretely. So we hope I will have the chance to discuss those elements further. We have also questions addressed to Mazen regarding the challenges in terms of inclusion of young women, and to what extent those civil society initiatives manage to involve equally women and men. Well, I will keep the other questions we have for next session for the sake of time. I suggest we move to the video we produced with the support of the Heritage Emergency Fund and in partnership with Public Works Project to showcase the impact of the post-flood emergency intervention in Sana'a. You have the floor, please, Marcos. Thank you.
محل ما دخلنا السائل. أول ما بدأ دخل من باب الحوش، بعد ارتفع شوي دخل من الأبواب، من الباب ذي من الباب هذاك، بعد شوي دخل من الطيقة، بعد شوي وقد بيبدي لي من الخزقر حق الجدر، دخل البيت كله يعني الطرحة الأرضية كلها، دخل من الغرف كلهن. إحنا حاولنا أن ننقذه سنة ما قدرناش، قدر مع السيل محاصرنا من 3 الجهات.
قد كان الحجر مستأكله مع السيول، كان تجر الخلب من الجدار، وكان الجدار يتملع بالملوح، وكان يدخل من الفوارق لا داخل المنزل. وبعدها كنا نقطح بالمياه لا خارج الشارع، ونغلق بالشوائل والبطانيات الجدار.
دخل لي الماء ل3 درجة، دخل من باب الحوية وجلسنا شوي، سترنا باب الحوية بالبطانيات بالوسائد بالهذا، طلع لي من الغرفة حق المجاري.
مكونات رئيسية: ترميم وتأهيل عدد 18 منزل، حماية أمام المنازل، وبلغ عدد المستفيدين أكثر من 250 مستفيد. مسرح الهواء الطلق والذي استفاد فيه أيضا أكثر من 30 منزل. حارة قبة المهدي من خلال المصب المعدني والذي استفاد فيه أكثر من 100 منزل.
صلحوا المخزن، صلحوا الدهليز، صلحوا المطبخ، صلحوا الحوي، الجدر هذا حق الحوي صلحوها من داخل ومن خارج.
والله رمموا الأساس كله، ال4 الجهات كانت دامرة تماما، وتملوها بترميمها ل4 الجهات بحجر سوداء وتكحيل يعني تماما.
Ahmed, you are muted.
I'm muted. To all attendees, back to you, Mohammed.
Thank you so much, all the speakers and the moderator for session 1. We will go to session 2 now, and I'll give the floor to Bart Hiesling from Culture Solutions to lead the second session.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. I hope everybody can hear me well. Welcome if you've just joined us via the live stream or via Zoom. Welcome back after a short intermission to the second thematic session of the 2-day conference. My name is Bart Hiesling. I'm a research associate with Culture Solutions. And as our co-founder, Damien Ali, said in the previous session, we are honored to assist UNESCO in preparing this conference. I'm delighted to moderate this second session within the conference with the theme of restoring livelihoods through culture in Yemen. A quick technical reminder, if you need or like live interpretation in Arabic, French, or English, you can find a button at the right bottom corner of the screen. And if you're active on social media, and if you like the posts or tweets, whatever your platform about this conference, I invite you to use the hashtag #work4heritage. The 4 is the number 4, so work4heritage. Those are the technical announcements. We have 3 very knowledgeable speakers from varied backgrounds that I believe reflect very well the very multifaceted nature of cultural heritage and its preservation and protection, which is a similar holistic approach that's reflected in the Cash for Work program that UNESCO implemented on the ground with the assistance of EU funding and the collaboration with the SFT. we are running a bit behind schedule, so for one, I will ask the speakers to please stick to your allotted time. A quick word on the structure. I will briefly introduce the speakers. They will present their intervention, and following that we'll have a Q&A. I see that a lot of the Q&A questions are already being answered live via the chat function it's as well. If there's time, we'll see if we can get to some of those. If not, I have to remind that conference proceedings will be produced and it will be sent to attendees, so you will not miss out on anything. The title for the session is Preservation Standards and Livelihood Needs in Yemen, Bridging Humanitarian Development Nexus Through Heritage. And that really are the two central themes that the Cash for Work program itself attempts to connect. On the one hand, preservation standards, which have always been central to international cultural heritage protection policies, but to bridge that with sustainable development, right? In the context of Yemen specifically, this is to support economic livelihoods, especially in urban areas, and again, on top of that, a specific focus on the youth, which is important considering the very high youth unemployment rate in Yemen, which was 25% in 2019, according to the International Labour Organization, which might even be a sort of positive or optimistic number. So that sets up the context why the relevance of this particular approach. So like I said, we have three different perspectives from the speakers with different backgrounds that very much underline how heritage preservation is increasingly a holistic undertaking that requires local ownership, provide economic opportunities, focus on livelihoods, and at the same time preserve and also evolve international standards, rigorous management capacity, monitoring and evaluation, and the sort. I'm the first speaker of this panel is Dr. Maya Kominko. She is a scientific and programs director at ALIF, which is the short title for the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas, which is based in Geneva. This is a fairly new player to the field, so she will introduce ALIF and its work in cultural heritage protection and preservation in conflict affected areas. Dr. Kominko has a doctorate from in archaeology from the University of Oxford, and she has studied, taught, and researched at universities in Poland, Italy, the UK, Turkey, United States, and Sweden. And her own research is focused on cultural and intellectual history of the Middle East in the late antique and medieval periods. With that, I would like to pass the floor to you, Dr. Kominko, and thank you for accepting the invitation to speak.
Thank you so very much for your kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers, to the organizers for inviting us and for organizing this wonderful meeting. I'm very glad to learn from all the wonderful speakers and from the very good questions in questions and answers tab. Thank you all. So very briefly, ALIF, as Bud mentioned, is a new foundation established in 2017 to contribute to heritage protection in conflict and post-conflict areas. And if we could move to the next slide. So far, thank you. So far, ALIF has funded more than 100 projects in 22 countries, including 9 projects in Yemen. Funding decisions are made by our international board, guided by advice of rather illustrious scientific committee, which is supported by the Secretariat in Geneva, which I represent. We are a very small team of people, only 10, but very enthusiastic, I would like to say. So we are a funding agency, which means that we give funding to projects that we receive. Our main funding mechanism is an annual call for projects, but we also offer small emergency support to the most urgent projects. These grants are offered on a rolling basis throughout the year, but it is really for the most urgent issues. In addition, last year, which has been very unusual to all of us, we have offered 50 small grants to support local heritage organizations during the pandemic. In 2021, Yemen is one of our main priorities, and we hope to develop more projects in the country before the end of this year. So it is a peculiar moment for us because we have a lot of applications and we hope to have a lot of projects, but it is too early for me to talk about them yet. In keeping with Ali's mission, we support projects that address conflict-related threats and damages to heritage. We look for clear, evidence-based approach, which involves credible expertise and yields concrete outcomes in terms of conservation or protective measures. But very importantly, we prioritize projects that contribute to peace building, social cohesion, and local economic development. We do subscribe to the view that heritage is not only stones and objects, it is mostly about people. All ALIF projects are developed in partnership with people and institutions on the ground. And I would like to thank our wonderful partners in Yemen, the General Organization of Antiquities and Museums, General Organization for the Preservation of the Historic Cities of Yemen, Social Development Fund, and the American Institute for Yemeni Studies. Most of our projects are international Yemeni partnerships, but whenever possible, we ask that projects employ local experts. And this is true not only for Yemen, this is true for all our projects. Only if there is a gap in local expertise, or if local experts are so oversubscribed that there is clear need for more expertise, we agree for the projects to deploy foreign experts. But in such cases, we ask for on-the-job training to secure transfer of necessary skills, so that the local organization can run project independently. Importantly, we ask for the training to be on the job. So in other words, people trained by the projects are also employed by the projects, although there are exceptions, especially where projects train students. We require our projects to create jobs for local people, heritage professional, craftsmen, workmen of all levels of expertise. We do not want local people to be locked into junior positions in the project. Whenever possible, we ask projects to create advancement mechanisms for people employed. And finally, we ask projects to use local materials. And this is important because this ensures not only sustainability and environmental correspondence to the local conditions, but also it amplifies positive impacts that the projects have on local economy. And I will briefly now give examples of our projects, and I will ask colleagues who are in charge of my presentation to move to the next slide. So our projects which currently are operational fall into few distinct categories. One is documentation. This is documentation in preparation for future conservation. And this is one of the, in these areas, in any areas, we create projects which basically transfer expertise, transfer tools. They essentially then they enable Yemeni institutions to continue with survey and with the assessment. All equipment provided by this project will stay in the country, and of course, all expertise hopefully will continue to be developed. Next slide, please. We have 3 projects currently which work with museums, and perhaps, the mechanism is the same. So they all provide transfer of expertise so that the museums can continue the work themselves. But perhaps what is very important to mention here, and this plays to what has been already emphasized by several speakers, we try to create synergies. So for example, the project we have in Damar builds on funding received from UNESCO, but also from the Kaplan Fund in the United States, whilst the project in Sana builds on previous funding from the German government and from Gerda Henkel Stiftung. Next slide, please. And finally, we have projects which focus on conservation of sites. Only one of this is already active. The second one, the one on the palace, on Al Badr Palace. The second one will start in July this year. And what I didn't say, or I should have emphasized, all projects we have provide employment to local people. The documentation project employing between them 50 experts. And I know that comparing to UNESCO project, this is very little, but this is, we're talking here about a specialized expertise, and also we hope that these experts will, who are trained by the project, will be trainers for the next generation of experts in Yemen. The projects that you currently see on the screen not only employ local staff, but also use only local materials. So the impact on the local economy will be hopefully quite significant. The Al-Badr Palace project employs 40 local experts, but it also gives a lot of employment to local craftsmen and unskilled labor. Finally, lessons learned. Well, the one big lesson that we have learned is that synergies are very important. We have to create, if we want to bring on systemic change, both for heritage and for social development, we have to work together, which is why this meeting is so very important. We have to exchange lessons learned, and we have to learn from each other. We have to also see how we can work together in the most efficient way to ensure that the impact of our work is magnified. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaminko, for that enlightening talk, presenting Aleph and its work with specific focus on projects in Yemen. I would like to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Nabil Munasser, who is the Senior Cultural Heritage Officer at the UNESCO office in Sana'a. He has been a key cultural heritage expert in the Cash for Work project itself. He has more than 20 years of experience in the field, working with both national and international organizations, such as in Yemen, the General Organization for the Preservation of Historic Cities, Yemen, GIZ, and UNESCO itself. He also a degree in engineering from the Technical University of Georgia, and in his talk he will elaborate on the issue of sustainability and sustainable management of World Heritage Sites by presenting the case study of the historic town of Zabid, which has been a World Heritage Site, has been on the list since 1993, and unfortunately on the endangered list since the year 2000. And it's also one of the 4 sites on which the Cash for Work program was focused. So with that, Mr. Munasser, the floor.
Thank you very much, everybody. Actually, I have been requested to talk about 5 to 7 minutes, but Zabid need, I think, decades of telling a story. I don't know how to talk about Zabid as a town, historical town, or poor Tahami area, lack of basic means, or threats area near to the front of the conflict. But Zabid is one of our challenges and successful story in the same time. The threats that facing the preservation of Zabid, first of all, the war and natural factors, also like torrential reason, socio-economic factors like poverty and unemployment, other things, lack of resources, lack of public awareness as well. The main scope of the EU UNESCO project is rehabilitation activities, support cultural development initiatives, private houses repair, capacity empowerment, scale upgrading, all those scopes link to livelihood and resilience. Our partners, the main partners, they are the local communities and local authorities in Zabid and in all the 4 historical cities. Other related technical institutions like GOVC and GUAM, and civil organizations such as traditional building masters, and of course SFD as a main implementing partner. Next, please. Zabid is one of the Yemeni historical town registered, as you have mentioned, in 1993 in the World Cultural Heritage Sites, but unfortunately in 2000 she was registered in a danger list. It's back to more than 1,000 years, and it is almost 3,000 historical buildings, and about 29,000 people are living there. They have known Zabid as a scholars city, and they have developed the algebra and astronomy and another science previously. Zabid is exposed many threats. The most one is the poverty. This is next one, please. Success action should be linked to the main beneficiaries or communities. Among them, the objective of this UNESCO EU project to contribute preservation to Yemeni heritage in urban center through creating job opportunities. Since the fund available is few, it was necessary to define the most priority activities which identify the work should be started. So starting with rapid damage assessment form that and experiences that developed by UNESCO in cooperation with ICROM in 2 or 3 years, training the team for concerning institution, including the local communities and local authorities, setting a database platform, field survey and data entry, damage classification and selecting criteria. The first intervention, next please. First intervention according to the criteria agreed upon the technical studies and documentation process. So if you can see, you can back to the previous slide, the result of the rapid assessment as shown in the charter, damage categorization and type of intervention, 1,340 buildings category 1 and 478 category 2, 237 category 3 and 68 category 4. Total areas, total building are 2,123. Type of intervention, maintenance buildings need it's 748 and partial restoration is 1,070 and total restoration 237. Restoration reconstruction building should have about 68. Next slide. Based on that, we have started the studies for each buildings. We are not concentrated only in the buildings rehabilitation, but also Yajur kiln was established, street pavement and open spaces, infrastructure involvement and artillery workshop. The damaged buildings split it to 40 and 60 buildings, so available technical engineers and architect has been involved in these things. According to each house has to have map of ID numbers and minimum architectural document like plans, sections and facade, photos of the damage and bill of quantity and specification. Next please. In some cases we have taken the opportunity to use the 3D modeling technology, photogrammetry to document the 2 houses which have been funded by World Emergency Fund. So because of these outstanding buildings to document their facades, decorated facade and ceiling and also decorated walls. Next, please. Next step was implementation of our, you can see in the next slide, there is roof and wall and repair, which have been involved in this, and also ornamental element. This work has been implemented by traditional building masters, involving youth, laborers, trained in cash for work approach, supervised by experts from architects and engineers from GovC and Guam and SFD. And all these works have been overall supervised by and quality controlled by UNESCO experts. In conclusion, the project achieved several dimensions as a good practice. It is impact and ownership, efficiency, participation, gender equality, sustainability, and good governance. If there is some questions, I'm free to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munassar. And indeed, we'll get to any questions at the end after our final speaker, which is Mr. Ahmed Nourardin, who is a youth and livelihoods expert based in Yemen. He is managing partner of Datum for Research and Studies. He has conducted consulting services particularly in monitoring and evaluation for several international organizations such as UNDP, UNICEF, UN Women, but also NGOs like Save a World. And also has established and led the Business Support Center that specialized in providing technical support for entrepreneurs, and provided hundreds of mentoring and coaching sessions for specifically youth entrepreneurs. And we will hear from Mr. Nourardin about the challenges faced by Yemenis in sustaining livelihoods in urban contexts, particularly in the added context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has, as you can imagine, exacerbated pre-existing hardships. So with that, Mr. Nourardin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk about livelihood and youth in Yemen. I've been involved in several livelihood studies actually, and activities, and conducted several mentoring and coaching sessions, as you said and mentioned. This is why I'm going to talk today about from two different perspectives. The first one is my personal experience, and the second one is findings that we got from the from previous studies. From my personal experience, actually, due to the current unrest and the dramatic decline in the economic situation, youth become more willing to start new businesses or be involved more in income generating activities, which is, let's say, the opposite than before, because youth in past mostly willing to be employed by any sectors, whether public or private sector. Also, society shows more acceptance towards women's work in different fields, when most accepted occupation for women in past were in health and education fields in particular. In this presentation, actually, I extracted the findings from three studies. The first one is baseline study for REI-2 program for UNDP beneficiaries in Taiz, Al-Shamaitin district in particular, Abiyan and Lahij governorate. The second one is COVID-19 impact on the MSMEs for UNDP beneficiaries, also in Taiz, Al-Shamaitin district, Abiyan and Lahij. And the third study that I relied on is my master thesis, actually, is titled with the impact of war on income generation and expenditures on individuals from gender perspective in Sana'a city. I will only focus on 5 findings. The most practiced income generating activities by gender in Sana'a, Taiz, Abiyan and Lahij. The most common sources of income in Sana'a, Taiz, Abiyan and Lahij. Labor status in Taiz, Lahij and Abiyan. Aspects of negative impact due to COVID-19 in Taiz, Lahij and Abiyan. Challenges and amid COVID-19 outbreak in Taiz, Lahij and Abiyan. It is worth mentioning that income generating activities practiced by both men and women differ. Men focuses mainly on activities such driving, grocery, fishery and livestock or beekeeping activities, while women focus more on homemade perfume and incense, cosmetic activities, tailoring, handmade textiles, and food processing in whether in urban or rural areas. Okay, concerning the next slide, concerning the most dependent income sources differ actually among South and North. In North, we can see that the dependency of people on public salary, and no, next slide. The public salary had decreased before 2019. According to the study that I conducted, 37% of people say that they would rely on public salaries, while currently this is to 20%. So most dependency of people go to the private sector salaries, maybe self-employment, and as well relying on charities or aid. Regarding the most common income sources in Ta'az, Abiyan, and Lahj, in the next slide, we can see that people still rely a lot on the public salaries, public sector salaries or daily wages. We can say that public sector actually in South areas is still active. And public sector is still paying salaries for people, despite the fact that we have deteriorated economic situation. Okay, regarding the COVID-19 impact, we can tell that the entire world actually had impacted economically as same as Yemeni people. However, there was an impact to some extent comparing to the previously mentioned reasons. Mohammed, please, the next slides. The impact of COVID, yes? No, the impact of COVID, yeah. Okay, regarding as I told you, regarding the COVID-19, we can say that there is some impacts actually, but we can say this impact it's due to the partial lockdown in the previous year, but it's not. I think it's not present anymore now. This impact was increases of prices, losing customers, shut down some businesses because most people who are relying or depending on the daily wages activities or income generating activities, they rely on day-to-day actually work or income generating. Also, there were also some financial impacts that increase, let's say, raise of debts, delayed of supplier commitments, as well as paid salaries with the weak income actually. I think I missed one slide in advance, Mohammed. I'm sorry, which is the people who are working or able to work. Yes. According to the study that, yes, thank you. According to the study we conducted, one only out of 4 who are able to work is working. The main reason is, as you know, the deteriorated economic situation. Also, there is another reason, which is a lack of, let's say, technical, business and managerial skills. So people stick always to the let's say, well-known activities, income generating activities, as I mentioned in advance. Finally, we can move to the final slide. Finally, the most impacted actually people, as I mentioned, are people who rely more on the daily wages activities or income generating activities, as these activities rely or depend on day-to-day work or day-to-day income. Also, most of the Yemeni people who are working in income generating activities or daily wages are not willing to make savings. Even they have the ability to do actually. They are not thinking strategically this way, but what they gain, they spend. So this makes them the most affected people. Thank you again for your patience and for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for that good elaboration, also building on previous studies that shows that you've done the previous work, building on that, and you can build up a database of data, but also to show how interventions work in the economic sphere, which is obviously, like I mentioned at the introduction, a key aspect of the program, of the project to improve livelihoods. In interest of time, I have a question for each of the panelists. If you could, and I hope the question is not too expansive, but if you could answer in a somewhat brief, with a somewhat brief answer, but let's see what we get. Coming back to Dr. Kamenko and your presentation about Aleph. Aleph is, as you mentioned, a fairly new organization in the field. So you've had now, I think, 2 or 3 rounds of grants and projects being implemented and evaluated. And with the monitoring and evaluation of these projects in mind, what lessons have you drawn from the experience so far, particularly as heritage protection relates to sustainable development and economic opportunities?
I think that, thank you, this is a great question. And I think that the most important lesson has been that the heritage protection has to be part of sustainable development. So that it can't be something that stands alone. It has to be something that gives jobs, that that gives skills to people, gives career opportunities, motivates, brings together, but also, so that was a very important lesson. The second lesson was to increasingly look at the effect of climate change and not only conflict, although, you know, two are very often closely linked. And an important lesson was also what I have, the lesson that I have mentioned in my presentation, that it's not, no one can do this on their own. We have to all work together because we work towards the same goal. And I don't mean only funders that focus on cultural heritage protection, but because of the synergies, we really have to look at the ways in which we work together in development, in economic development, in social development, on environmental side, and in cultural heritage protection, because there are lots of links. And I don't mean to say that it's one way. I mean, your cultural heritage can contribute a lot to environmental protection, because very often the building techniques are environmentally friendly. There are traditional ways of rearing animals, of agriculture, that are very valuable for thinking about environment. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very clear. Thank you. Picking up on the question of preservation and the use of local, local techniques, local materials, and that you said, Dr. Kamenko. Question for Nabil Munasser. With the experience of the program focusing on urban architecture specifically, so within the context of cities, right? Cities are very dynamic, fast-changing environments, whether it's socio-economically, the composition of neighborhoods, culture, infrastructure, of course. You know, people live in heritage. This is lived heritage, right? What challenges did you face in that sort of environment where people live inside and live in these environments, to uphold and evolve preservation standards? So the techniques and the preservation work done whilst working in such an active urban city environment.
Okay, thank you very much for these questions. Actually, as you know, the 3 sites of Yemen are listed in the World Cultural Heritage List. They are cities, actually. And also Socotra as environmental or site. But as you know, the city are really, they are dynamic, they are full of activities. And that's why it is very important, I think through this kind of activities to implement cash for work, to provide some technical assessment and provide maintenance for the private houses, because all of the contents of those cities are private, 70 or 80% are private houses. I think this is not change for standards of preservation. Other way around, it is supported this way. It is first time that we are interfere in this kind of intervention in the historical cities. It's they are very welcome from the inhabitants because they are engaged to this maintenance of the heritage. They are feeling that they are the main player of this heritage because we all of the time we are concentrated in the buildings and monuments, but not in the person who created these historical buildings. He can also continue willingly to maintain these historical houses. If we are not attracting or tackling or direct the supervision and make this person interfere and participate in this process, I think he will try to destroy or lose or sell any of these elements of this culture heritage elements. It is also, it creates very important opportunity for the people to feel that they can earn income to preserve their own houses, and they will be proud of having these elements in the historical cities. I think for the other monuments or for the monuments inside the cities or heritage individual monuments, I think when the war will stop, I think they will have a good opportunity to involve them in the process. I think this is good opportunities to have this kind of intervention. At least will have more support from the community and the other player. Thank you.
Sorry, Bart, it was 2 more minutes because we have to move to the next session.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed, for the reminder. Quick final question for Ahmed then. What role can cash for work programs like the one we are discussing today play in supporting livelihoods, right? So you've mentioned that public employment, at least in parts of the country, have declined dramatically. Can you briefly elaborate a little bit about how cash for work programs can support livelihoods in that context?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I think cash for work is a very creative tool, economic tool that help people to gain money rather than wait for aids or charities from others. So it is encourage people to work for money or to gain their own income. However, I think it is short-term solutions that we can't rely on the long-term solutions. This is why I think cash for work activities maybe needed to be merged with other economic activities. Maybe we can focus more on developing some cultural communities in Yemen to make it and promote it, to make it fit the international market. So rather than just working on short term, now we can think a little bit strategically to export our commodities, cultural commodities or arts, etc. Thank you.
No, thank you for that answer, Ahmed. Yeah, like I said, we need to move on. So I will forgo summarizing the main points and takeaways. But like I said, the conference proceedings will be made available in due time. So all I would like to say as a conclusion, it's very heartening to see, obviously, the impact of the program and what it has done in Yemen so far, but also the arrival of new players like Alif in the field. So thank you to all the speakers for your presentations. They were very clear and very to the point. We move on with a short film trailer in the break. And I will see you for the next session, which will begin just after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bart. Just to build on the point about trying to approach commodities as a new form, we have commodities of different nature, of a creative nature at the end of the conference today. Short films on cultural heritage. We hope that you stay tuned with us to watch the trailer and can access them. They will be available for a whole week for you to see at your own discretion or your own time. But for now, Marcus, if you don't mind, please have the next video on. Thank you. Marcus, can you play it, or I can play it from my side? Just a moment, let me play it from my side then.
تراث؟ إيش يعني تراث؟
بعض الأشخاص الآخرين يبحثون عن أي شيء ليقولوا هذا تراث، ونحن لدينا الكثير من التراث ونهمله إهمالا واضحا للعيان.
واليمن غنية بالتراث المتنوع من المناطق الوسطى، الجنوبية، الشمالية.
احنا شوية فاهمين التراث القديم، الجيل اللي بيجي مش فاهم حاجة، الوضع اللي احنا فيه ما يساعدوش انه يفهم ايش يعني التراث الشعبي.
كثرت الإيقاعات معانا في الأغاني حقنا في التراث نفسه إيقاعات ملاني.
تعرفت على الدبه في قرية فشفتهم بيدفشوا فيها الحقين، عجبتني الفكرة جدا، يعني عجبتني الخامة، هي اللي بتطلع النكهة للسمن وللحقين نفسه.
أنا ستارة ردائية، ما كانش عندي أي علم أن الستارة الردائية يعني معهم تفاصيل بهذا الشيء، وحبيت حتى أني ممكن أخذ التفاصيل منها واستنسخها في عمل جاي لي.
في ظفار قصر الريدان توجد فيه أشياء أو زخارف الآن اللي بينقبوا واللي بيعملوا له ترميم أو شيء بيقولوا هذه الأشياء باقية زي ما هي.
تعدد الآلهات، مثلا آلهة خاصة بالزراعة، آلهة خاصة بالحصاد، آلهة خاصة بالمنحوتات.
كان على بالي التراث انه الاثار، عادات، اللبس، ما كانش على بالي انه حكايات خالص ولا اغاني، الملالات القديمة.
وشفت هذه الأزياء محاكاة بخيوط من الفضة الأصلية، جلست أفكر كيف تم صناعة الفضة بهيئة خيوط وتم نسجها بهذه الأشكال الجميلة.
لنا مصطلحات ما كناش نعرف إنه هذه مثلا مصطلحات عدنية، مثل الملاقف، الفاميلايت، اللوقمريات، تعرفنا عن أنواع الزقاقات.
خرجنا نبحث عن العقيق، استكشاف المناجم وهذه الأشياء. أفتح مشروعي الخاص بحيث إنه يكون في دمج بين التراث القديم والتراث الحديث الآن.
إنه بمسك الفن تبعنا بس بجوي أنا اللي هو الجو الأوبرالي، مع الحفاظ على جوهر وبالورث التراث تبعنا.
أنا مهتمة في التاريخ وإن شاء الله ناوية أتخصص أكثر في التاريخ العدني.
ضروري التراث اليمني يظهر، تراث كثير مش ظاهر زي التراث التهامي، مش ظاهر أبداً.
إن شاء الله مستمرة في صناعة الأفلام التراثية اليمنية لأنها تعتبر مهمة لداخل اليمن وخارجه.
التراث بشكل عام هو جزء من هوية الإنسان والوطن. لما إحنا نتدرب على إنه إحنا نوثق هذه الجزئيات فإحنا نفتح نافذة للعالم الآخر إنه يشوف هذه التفاصيل المرتبطة بهويتنا شخصيا.
ما نكونش نسخة من الكل، حاول تمسك بالأشياء اللي هي مميزتنا، وعشان تكون مميز ارجع لتاريخك ولماضيك.
انهم يركزوا على التراث والوحي اليمني بشكل خاص من خلال لوحهم، بحيث انهم يقدروا يرسلوا رسائل من لوحهم الى العالم الخارجي.
يعني لازم الواحد يعرف فيها، لازم احنا نحافظ عليها، نفتخر فيها، نتعرف عليها اكثر، نحبها.
بما انه نعتبر احنا الشريحه الملهمه اللي بنقدر نحن نوصل ونحافظ على التراث حقنا،
فواجب علينا نحن كصناع افلام او كاي اشخاص اخرين في اي مجال اخر نوري العالم هذه الحياه او الامل اللي موجود في البلاد، بغض النظر عن الحرب والدمار اللي موجود في البلاد واللي نتمنى انها تنتهي ان شاء الله.
بإذن الله أن نحن نكون سبب كبير ورئيسي لنعيد الجميع إلى إعادة إعمار التراث، إلى الاهتمام بهذا التراث لأنه يمثل هويتنا حاضراً وماضياً ومستقبلاً.
I would like to thank you for watching this with us. I hope you enjoyed it. At the beginning of the talk, Anna, Wissam, and the Assistant Director General spoke about the 500 young people who were supported in the creative industry. And the people you actually saw in these videos are a number of those 500 individuals, young people who are very passionate about culture, about creative industries, and about heritage in general. Their testimonies are important to send an important message how cultural heritage is important at the moment, despite the common narrative that culture might not be a significant issue during times of conflict. Culture is essential. Culture is an economy, and a thriving economy that young people can be part of. Tomorrow, we will have a full day where we talk about our support for the culture and creative industries. You will hear from some of the people they spoke in the video, and tomorrow they will talk about the work they have done.
Open your camera.
Sorry. But for now, I give the floor to Bart to move on to session 3, where we have other new speakers who will share with us their knowledge and expertise. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. Yes, well, welcome back, or welcome if you've just joined. My name is Bart Hesseling, Research Associate with Culture Solutions, and we are very happy and proud to support UNESCO in preparing this conference. This session is titled rather, International Standards, the Translation of International Conventions into Operational Plans. This is obviously relevant considering the international legal frameworks for heritage protection and preservation. So we'll cover those and also the latest developments in the standards and UNESCO's role therein. But then it will translate to the implementation on the ground of international heritage practices and these standards, and the challenges that have arisen doing so, but also the contributions that the Casual Work Program has made in the 4 cities across the country, and what that experience can tell us about these international standards and the specific context and challenges involved in translating these to a project-based intervention. We'll also hear about the link between culture that, of course, we've been discussing, but a link with nature specifically through the example of Socotra, which is not featured in its project, but as you might know, is indeed one of the World Heritage Sites in Yemen. It's sole natural World Heritage Site. It's highly relevant because it has experienced decades of heritage preservation policies, which have produced a wealth of knowledge concerning the importance of the involvement of, for instance, local communities in implementing international heritage practice standards, and also the need to keep updating such standards and evolve with practices that emerge from the field. With that, I would like to introduce the 3 panelists for this session. As before, each speaker will intervene separately, and then we'll have hopefully some time for some questions at the end. Just a quick reminder, if you need translation into Arabic, English, or French, you can find the button at the bottom of the screen. And if you are active in social media, I'd like to post on your platform of choice. Please use the hashtag #work4heritage, work for the number 4 heritage, work for heritage, as I said. So on to the presentation of the speakers. I'm very happy to present our first speaker, Dr. May Sher. She is the Chief of the Arab States Unit at UNESCO's World Heritage Center. She has a bachelor's degree in architecture from the American University of Beirut, a master's degree from the Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology at Yarmouk University, and a PhD from Munich Technical University, specifically a chair for conservation at the Department of Architecture. She's the author and editor of several works and published a number of articles and proceedings relating to archaeology, conservation, and heritage management. And she will present the work and the efforts of UNESCO in the field of these international heritage practices and specifically standards. So with that, Dr. Sher, the floor is yours, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we have the slides presentation? Okay, so my intervention will be from the perspective of implementation of the World Heritage Convention. So, as you know, Yemen has 4 sites inscribed on the World Heritage List. The next slide, please, the first slide, which are the old world city of Shibam, which was inscribed in 1982. I don't know why the slides are not clear, or is it just my... Okay. So we have 4 properties on the World Heritage List. We have the old world city of Shibam, which was inscribed in 1982, the old city of Sana'a, inscribed in 1986, the historic town of Zabid, inscribed in 1993, and Socotra Archipelago, which is a natural site and inscribed in 2008. It is noteworthy, and as mentioned by colleague Nabil, the 3 cultural World Heritage sites are also on the list of World Heritage Endangered. The old world city of Shibam and the old city of Sana'a were inscribed on the World Heritage List Endangered in 2015, mainly due to the prevailing conflict situation in the country. It is noteworthy to mention that the historic town of Zabid was inscribed on the list of World Heritage Endangered in the year 2000 due to a number of threats. It is also noteworthy to mention, and as also highlighted by my colleagues and other speakers, that the 3 cultural sites are all urban centers, urban cities and towns, where really there are communities, and communities are very vital for the site protection, conservation, long-term management, and sustainability. But at the same time, the natural site, which is Socotra Archipelago, and it's also an island, and there the role of communities is also very important. And I think my colleague, our colleague Kay Van Dam, will speak about Socotra in more detail. If we consider the challenges that all these sites have faced since before the conflict, it would be good to look at the time of inscription of the historic town of Zabid. At the time, it was considered that there are several threats facing this World Heritage property, and mainly in relation to serious deterioration of the built heritage. That the remaining houses in the city are rapidly, were at the time and still are rapidly deteriorating. That souk activities have been transferred to outside the city, and therefore the souk, the market, had become empty and free of any activity. That the traditional economic role of the city has vanished. That the city in general is lacking any conservation and rehabilitation strategies. And finally, now we have the threats arising from armed conflict, which came up in 2015, but at the same time have aggravated the other threats and added another layer of factors that have been affecting this property. The next slide, please. So in looking more generally about all the factors affecting Sana'a, Zabid, and Shibam, they are most related to the following. Before that, I just wanted to mention quickly, the next slide, that at the time of having Zabid on the list endangered, the desired state of conservation was established, highlighting what needs to be done in order for the site to be removed from the list endangered. It focused on the need for management plan, as well as the implementation of a conservation plan. It mentioned conservation law, but also regulations for new construction and infrastructure. It mentioned brick manufacture technology, and that this needs to be improved. It talks about also the need for traditional buildings and architectural features to be stabilized and this is also was really a main a corrective measure that needs to be undertaken. It talked about effective regulations that should be in place, but also accepted by the community, because the community's role is very vital in implementing effective regulations. It also talked about the protection and enhancement of public spaces, and also, as what was mentioned previously, when we talk about urban centers, and also in the framework of the World Heritage Convention, but also other standards and instruments, again, we're not talking about only monuments, but really urban centers, public spaces, social aspects also of spaces and uses of these spaces, and so on. Also, in 2000, it was identified that there was a need for adequate capacities, and that a risk management strategy needs to be in place. Next slide, please. So, when we look at the factors affecting Zabid and also the other sites, these factors and the needed measures to be in place are still valid and are still needed. And actually, it is very interesting to note that through the project that has been discussed since the morning, several of these needed measures have been initiated or worked on, such as rehabilitation guidelines, such as stabilization of buildings, and so on. Now, if we look at collectively the factors that have been threatening the three cultural World Heritage sites, now, let's say 20 or 21 years after Zabid was inscribed on the World Heritage List, we know that there is the issue of financial and human resources. This is a challenge, that management systems and management plans are needed, that management activities are also impacting those sites. It talks about poor maintenance, physical damage, flooding. The issue of flooding, rainwater, water table, and dysfunctional networks is also very important. It has also been mentioned previously in terms of also the work that UNESCO is doing. There is functional decay of residential neighborhoods, and so on. Finally, we have the threats arising from the conflict, but it is noteworthy to say that threats arising from conflict are not in relation to destruction only, but they have also aggravated management capacities in terms of financial and human resources, in terms of ability to manage, and so on. And this is why it is always important when we address the factors, it is not only about fixing or rebuilding, but also ensuring a long-term management and strategies. The next slide, please. Just mentioning that all 4 sites inscribed in Yemen undergo reactive monitoring. In accordance with the World Heritage Convention, reactive monitoring is reporting by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies to the World Heritage Committee about specific issues and threats, and the state of conservation. Mainly it's about state of conservation of specific sites that are threatened or have specific threats. So all sites in danger are reported to the World Heritage Committee in each session. However, there are other sites that are also reported to the committee, and Socotra Archipelago is one of those sites. So the factors that have been affecting Socotra since a few years are related also to legal frameworks and management systems or management plan, the issue of uncontrolled development, including transport infrastructure, use of natural resources that needs to be sustainable, the absence of biosecurity measures, issues of livestock farming, fishing, and solid waste management. Socotra has also faced extreme weather events and conditions such as cyclones and storms, similar to the other sites where we had issues of flooding and rainwater very much affecting that. But also, while it is not on the list in danger, and it is not probably not affected directly by the conflict situation, but still the situation could potentially impact the management and adequate protection of and conservation of this World Heritage property. The next slide, please.
Dr. Sher, can I ask you to conclude shortly?
Yes, just to conclude quickly, I just wanted to mention the two main instruments, the documents, or let's say convention under which we work and which governs the protection of World Heritage is the World Heritage Convention, which focuses on the need for legislative, regulatory, effective management and protection, and so on. It also focuses on sustainable use of World Heritage properties. It also focuses in terms of management systems of also understanding threats that are related also to emergency situations, to climate change, and the need for risk preparedness plan. Another document just to highlight, because it is relevant for countries undergoing post-conflict or post-disaster situations, is the Warsaw Recommendation on Recovery and Reconstruction of Cultural Heritage. This recommendation actually highlights the overall goal in post-conflict and post-disaster situation is the recovery of the society as a whole. It doesn't talk about just restoring buildings, but also the recovery of society, and which is really something that has been discussed since this morning. It aims at the consolidation of peace and security and restoring or improving economic, physical, social, cultural, and environmental assets. It also aligns with the principles of sustainable development and talks a lot about the need for active and participatory role for communities. It talks about resilience. It talks about also education and awareness raising. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sher. Thank you for providing this overview of the Heritage Convention, of course, the 1972 Convention, but also the latest.
Merci beaucoup, merci Madame pour nous avoir parlé de la Convention de 1972.
I apologize for this technical issue. Michael?
Yes, it's the interpretation will fix it right away.
Thank you.
Ok, on va essayer de résoudre le problème.
I think it's solved. Yes. Okay, no problem at all. Thank you for providing that overview, not just the existing convention, but also the latest developments and a multitude of factors that come into the implementation of the convention and the standards that it sets. And I think that all points to the importance of having an integrated approach where all these issues come together and are implemented effectively. Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Tom Leierman, who is an expert in international conservation, and he will speak about the preservation guidelines that have been developed in the four cities covered by the Casual Work Project. So to restate, namely Sana'a, Aden, Shibam, and Zabid. He was trained as an architect in West Berlin. Since then, he's worked as both an architect and project leader in various architecture firms in London, in Germany, in Bremen, and since 2002 in Shibam for the German Yemeni cooperation project for urban development in Shibam itself, but also in Zabid and Sana'a. In addition, he is a consultant at the Doha office of UNESCO since 2019 for both international and national organizations on the preservation and health in both Yemen and Sudan. Currently based in Bremen, Germany, he's also the author of several books and articles. Like I said, he will elaborate on the guidelines developed for the 4 cities. So with this, Mr. Lyman, please take the floor.
Yes, thank you. I was told to keep it short. I will try my best. So I like to present the guidelines as a tool to, because Cash for Work does not want only to contribute to preservation, but also to long-term strategies, and guidelines are a tool to facilitate preservation management for national and local stakeholders. Next. So the 4 cities, Sana'a, Shibam, and Hadramaut, Aden, Zabid, they represent different political areas of the current situation. They're also, 2, Sana'a and Aden are large capital cities. Zabid and Shibam are very small country towns, so they require a different approach. But most of all, the 4 cities represent 4 very distinct urban regional cultures. And this means that we try to develop these guidelines in a way that creates somehow a standard and improves comparability and encourages to exchange informations by professionals. But all of the regions deserve a very different approach. Next. We have to say that the strategy of guidelines developed and improved in the last decades. So at the beginning, it was more or less to do and not to do list to tell people what to do. But the experience was that this is not very efficient, and it does not reflect the complexity of urban development and the multiple interests within a city. So the recent strategy, by the way, it was developed in accordance with recent UNESCO publications from other comparable historic towns in Asia and Africa, and the recent strategy is more to develop strategies to show priorities, strong criteria to make decision making, to facilitate decision making by stakeholders in the future for situations which are not defined when you write such a guidelines. So this adopts a strategy which is much more flexible and should be developed with the course of time with all the sides. Next. So this is a structure. It starts more with a descriptive analysis and then goes to recommendations and ends with a legal and institutional framework. This is the structure for all the 4 cities. Next. And we have a 5th guideline for Sana'a. It was developed by our national partner, Social Fund of Development, with a completely different approach, more precising the expectations of local authorities towards house owners and builders. So this is more about technical concerns, not so much about preservation priorities. So this is somehow a different context, but it should be taken as a whole, because this is a very valuable addition of our work. Next. Sana'a is, known to everybody. The main asset in Sana'a are the private houses with a very complex variety of different details. The main challenge, of course, is the modernization, which is not always consistent. Next. So some more words about Shibam. In Hadramaut, this is a region of a various of its own ethnic and cultural identity in the desert conditions. And the uniqueness of Shibam, next please, is that it is built from 6-story tower houses of mud brick or adobe. And this is simply something which does not exist anywhere in the world, which means that it is part of the fascination, it makes it unique, but in the same time, it is a challenge for preservation because solutions from other sides simply do not work under these special conditions because you have to avoid humidity in the ground and so on and so on, and it has a lot of complications. So that means really the approaches have to be developed tailor-made for this special site. So it is very fascinating, I can tell you. I lived there for years, but it is really a challenge because this mud construction requires constant maintenance, very intense maintenance. So it is more process-oriented. Whatever you do, it will not last for long because the mud is apparently an organic material. But so you have to care about processes more than on the structure. Next. Yeah, it includes some monuments, but of course, like in the other cities, we more concentrate about private houses. Next. With this specific construction, and it requires a special sensitivity because, of course, it's the main priority is first to ensure the stability of houses, to ensure that people can live in it. But even though this does not necessarily mean that the aesthetic and architectural and historic value would be preserved, because this means much more going into the subject. Next. Because this architecture includes a lot of wooden elements, very fine, elaborate carpentry. So again, these are tropical conditions, termites can damage and so on. So it needs a very sensitive approach of constant renovation and renewal. Next one. Specifically with this ornamental plaster works, which are destructed in every renewal. So if you renovate a house, you have to destruct everything, and it depends on you whether you would be able to restore it in the way it deserves. If you don't renovate, it will degrade after some time and it will be lost. So the guidelines are somehow also very important to show the real sensitivity of working in such a surrounding, because it makes a big difference whether all these things and informations and documents of heritage and the ability to produce such works is somehow can continue or will be lost, and the difference between both is very close to each other. Next. Just to conclude, Aden is again a different environment here. In a crater, the historic district, most houses are from 19th or 20th century, so most people do not consider, and even authorities do not consider this really as architectural heritage. So here the focus is much more on establishing a sense or increasing visibility and awareness for this special kind of heritage and the potentials it has. Next one. Zabid again is totally different to all the other cities I showed before. A very complex and rich urban culture with a lot of architectural and historic elements, and we all know that Zabid is very much confronted with a heavy modernization changes which are threatening the integrity. But so I would love to go into more detail about Zabid, but this shows, I mean, the difference between, on the left side, more or less a historic normal brick lane, and right, what has been what happened in the last years, and this is happening in a very rapid way, and of course the guidelines cannot solve the thing alone, but they help to supply stakeholders with the right priorities and strategies to deal with this. It is not an easy way, as you can imagine. It has to convince all, at the end, all people and the whole community. So it is a process, but you have to start with the professionals, and somehow the guidelines are to do that. I think I can leave it here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. Thank you for showing us such a detailed overview, especially importance to the need to find a balance between tailor-made approaches for the various cities, but also the different types of heritages, the crafts, where it's the plaster work, the framing, the structural elements of buildings, but finding that balance between with that and also developing guidelines that could inform other projects and other locales. So I think that's quite revealing. So thank you for that. We move on now to our last speaker of the day, and as promised, or as highlighted before, we come back to Socotra, which was already mentioned by Dr. Shibam before. Our final presentation is by Dr. Kai van Damme, who is a natural scientist with a PhD in biology from Ghent University in Belgium. He has a keen interest in natural heritage and has been building on his professional career as an aquatic biologist, working for 2 decades in biodiversity research, capacity building, and nature conservation in subtropical regions across the world. And specifically, when it comes to Socotra, since 1999, Dr. van Damme has been actively involved in biodiversity surveys, research, and protected area conservation in Yemen, particularly the Socotra archipelago, as mentioned, is listed as Yemen's sole natural World Heritage Site. And he will speak on climate change resilience of the culture-nature linkage and livelihoods in the archipelago. With that, Dr. van Damme, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bart. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. Dear Excellencies, dear participants, and dear organizers from UNESCO, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak at this virtual conference. It's an honor to be here among so many people with a passion for Yemen's amazing heritage. And I'll speak here in my capacity as a natural scientist affiliated to Ghent University in Belgium. I recently returned from Socotra a few weeks ago, so this is quite fresh. Some images are also quite fresh. As was mentioned before, Socotra is Yemen's only natural World Heritage Site, but in fact, the distinction between culture and nature is an artifact on the ground. Both are so closely intertwined that the difference is actually just one in terminology in this area. So I will focus on a more remote part of the Yemen Republic, the Socotra archipelago, and the importance of culture-nature linkages, which form the core of the identity of the Socotran people. Next slide, please. Socotra is about 350 kilometers away from Yemen, about 4,000 square kilometers in surface area, divided over about 4 islands, of which 3 are inhabited. In total, counting about 100,000 people. This is a very recent census, which is not published yet. Instead of having the oldest skyscrapers in the world in the mainland, Socotra has its own type of skyscrapers, the oldest living dragonblood tree forests in the world, so form of nature skyscrapers. And the fundaments here to be restored are not stone fundaments, but the roots and the branches of these places. So Socotra is a small, because it's in a delineated space and a small area in itself. You can see that the linkage between human and nature, both externally in the landscape, next slide please, but also internally in the household and in the unique Socotra language. This is a house in the mountain area built around one of these dragonblood trees. Next slide please. So UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2008, but before that, UNESCO Man and Biosphere Reserve since 2003. Socotra's inscription in the list was actually based on criterion 10. So the only criterion here is actually the nature values. Although they are so strongly connected with culture that protection of culture is actually protection of nature. As you can see in this image, over 70% of the land is core area, The rest is buffer zone, and only very small areas, which is gray, are designated as development zones. Next slide, please. Socotra is facing a number of challenges, which are in many ways global challenges to biodiversity. So, for example, waste management, plastic, unsustainable resource use. These are global issues which on the island are visible. And one of the largest is impacts of climate change. And this here is an example of climate change. This is a picture you can see on the left of 1999 of a frankincense tree forest that I took in Home Hill Nature Sanctuary. And then there's another picture of a colleague of mine of 2019 of exactly the same area. So after the cyclones of 2015 and another cyclone 2018, a large proportion of these populations was affected. And if you look at the graph, there was already a natural decline, which is to do with the absence of natural regeneration and the presence of overgrazing. But in 2015, this declined and much stronger. And the red part of the graph is in a scenario of climate change. If this continues to have such strong cyclone events, this specific population in this area would be extinct by 2030s. That's within our lifetime. Without climate change and without intervention, it's still in 2070s. So it means intervention has to be now, or we will lose these trees, which are very strongly connected to human culture. Everybody knows frankincense, everybody knows the Luban tree, and the Socotri people are very strongly connected to these trees, and they also form a part of their livelihoods. One tree can generate between $200 and $400 per year in incense on the local market, only in Socotra, which is quite a lot of money for a family. So losing these trees is quite a big deal, but it can be reversed. Next slide, please. I'll go over this very quickly, but if Yemen wishes to reduce its carbon emissions by 1% by 2030, it would mean planting 5 million trees or protecting 1,500 square kilometers of forest. So, next slide, please. Interventions such as these, which actually promote the connection between culture and nature. Next slide, please. In actually protecting the natural environment, are really crucial. I think not only on Socotra, but also on the Yemen mainland. So to promote this culture-nature bond, I've been involved in several projects throughout the years in different capacities to help replant, for example, trees based on a very strong communication with local communities on what they need. And this is one of those projects that emerged from their request for a need to replant these trees. You see a picture of a local school in Shibam, which is one of the plateaus where people are planting these trees in their schoolyard with the teachers. This is just from a few weeks ago. Next slide, please. These projects are, and these projects that we implement, well, not we implement, but local people actually, and local NGOs implement, women play a major role. They play a key role and a leading role in these implementations, as the women on Socotra are the key to education and awareness and reproducibility of grassroots projects, especially related to environment and to culture. So this is this example is one of those examples. This is another example by the coast, which is an example of collaboration between EPA, so the government, and the Arab Regional Center of World Heritage and local association in charge of the replantation of mangrove on the coast. As you know, blue carbon, which is coastal ecosystems, actually sequester much more carbon than terrestrial ecosystems. Therefore, these kind of coastal projects are very important for reducing carbon emissions as well. The key of such interventions here is to combine local knowledge that's already there on replanting these issues and which are the threats that there are with potential small additions from scientific data and help to improve and to accelerate the potential of regeneration. So we are not inventing the wheel here. We are, it's the local communities that have the knowledge. Yemen has been always ahead of us, but they're also ahead of us in technology on how to take care of nature. And this culture is very important. What we can do as scientists, for example, is to just help to accelerate and help to raise awareness on some of the threats, for example, climate change, which is happening outside of their area, all over the globe. Next slide, please. And I'm almost concluding, but this is another example of a recent intervention which was supported by UNESCO office in Doha to have a survey about the water use and water sustainability in Socotra, where local communities were asked to give their interpretation on how the water situation is, but also how they feel towards water, whether it's sustainably used, whether they have a feeling that there is a need for intervention, and whether they prefer cultural, traditional ways of water gathering over other ways. So this, in addition, there were several activities that included education activities, where all of this material is also given to EPA and to the local communities. So in all of these projects, none of the materials are kept. It all is immediately donated to the people, and they keep it for the long term with the tools and with the workshops to use them. Next slide, please. So this is the same. This is just an overview of based on 60 young individuals, 60 students from Socotra, giving their opinion about their vision on water. If they would be in charge of the island, what they would do. And you can see words coming out: conserve, water, life, basis of life, but also words like rubbish are in there. So, and on the left, you can see an image of rubbish in one of the wadis. So waste management is also of concern to local people. Next slide, please. And here is just a list of interventions that could bring positive change. But the first one there is the most important to me. I will not go through the rest in detail, but it's listening to the people. Working on the ground a lot, I think listening to the people is the key and foremost important element into making any changes on the ground. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is the thanks to the different groups working with Environmental Protection Agency, UNESCO, also the ARCWH, and different partners and the local people of Socotra in all of these activities. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention and for the chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Van Damme, for this enlightening presentation. It's heartening to see that research and field work is ongoing in Socotra. That's very heartening. And I also retain what you kept emphasizing, the importance of local involvement in implementing projects. So I'll come back to that in the questions. We have a few minutes, just about 5 minutes for questions. So I'll pose two, three questions and invite anyone to answer or to provide an element to an answer. Because a few things came back, not just in this session, but also in the previous one. And that's the importance to find a balance between foreign or international support / intervention and local ownership and involvement. So my question directed to Dr. Sher, like, how do you see, and please, anyone else pitch in, how do you see that balance, and what do the international standards say about finding this particular balance and the need to involve a local ownership and local agency?
Local ownership is very, very important. I mean, it is the essence of sustainable long-term protection and management. And this is why the conventions, standards, even recommendation, they all address the issue of participatory approaches, the role of communities and indigenous people. There's also, the concept of traditional knowledge. There are, all over the world, there is traditional knowledge, for example, in terms of managing extreme weather conditions or climate change and so on. So From that perspective, any intervention, any support would definitely need to incorporate local participation to promote local, let's say, community ownership, because this is the essence of it. There needs to be a common understanding, and this is what conventions and standards they talk about, common understanding about the values of a place, of a site, whether it's a cultural, natural, nature mixed site. So ownership, community ownership is definitely very important. It should be promoted actually in every project, whether it's internationally or nationally funded.
Thank you very much. If anyone would like to add to that. If not, I'll move on with another question. This one for Mr. Lyman. You touched upon this, and maybe you can elaborate a bit on how these preservation guidelines that you've developed or helped develop, how they can be replicated in other locales, in other urban areas, and again, to find that balance between a tailor-made approach to each specific city or type of heritage and a guideline that can serve projects elsewhere.
Yes, sure, exactly. I mean, you have to work vertically and horizontally in the same time somehow. And as I said, I mean, all of the cities, they represent a certain region. So of course, for example, Shibam somehow is representative for Hadramaut, where you have in the valley of Hadramaut a lot of historic cities like Tarim and Seyoun and Wadi Douan and so on. In Sana'a, you have all the highland cities and villages like Jibla and many others more. So of course, the idea is that there is somehow a regional approach which should then be able to create networks. I mean, we start obviously with the World Heritage Sites, but there was always the idea that the World Heritage Sites should not be an island of cultural preservation without a cultural desert, so to say, but more a light tower on which people and authorities and so on would orientate. So this is the main idea. But of course, there should be exchange from region to region. I mean, within our project, it is very difficult because obviously, I mean, traveling within Yemen in these since 5 years is very difficult. So you cannot, you can travel somehow, but to conduct workshops and let people learn from experience in other regions is difficult. But in future, in better conditions, and I think these ideas somehow are included in the guidelines somehow, that learning and developing solutions is not something only for experts and authorities, but also for communities, NGOs, whatever, the building masters. So they should, ideally, they should also travel and communicate with others and learn from others' experience. I mean, one difficulty in Yemen, about many others, economic difficulties and so on, is that the elite, I mean, the people with the money are not necessarily the avant-garde of cultural preservation as it is in other countries, because those with the money, they spend it for other things, but not necessarily to renovate the houses in their in the villages of their forefathers. So somehow you have really to get and to encourage those motivated and engaged people you can reach somehow, and you can never rely on authorities and on international donors alone, but it is especially the young people in the communities, those you want to reach, and they should not only being aware and chat in internet, but do the next step and engage in a concrete way and engage for increasing their living surrounding for the everyday life, which means the houses, the squares, I don't know, all these things.
Thank you, Mr. Lama, for that passionate answer. The notion of the young people and how to reach and communicate with them beyond traditional means, I think is really interesting. So I'll retain that for later and also for tomorrow. I think that will come back a lot tomorrow. Final question for Dr. Van Damme. You mentioned at the beginning that this distinction between nature and culture is tenuous at best. How would you suggest to further help blur this line, this distinction, to link the two more, whether it's in international standards or in practices? Like, what would you suggest needs to be done there?
Sorry, Bart, just in 1 minute, because to keep the interpreters for the last session. So we have to finish by 7. Thank you.
If you could, a brief answer then, indeed. Thank you.
Okay, I think the answer there is by giving it more attention. So the nature-culture bond, but also the bond that Dr. Lyerman also said, it's about the spiritual bond between man and the environment, or man and its heritage. But that specific bond is disintegrating and always has to cross a generation. And it's always the next generation that has to rebuild that in time, either by respect for their elders or by reconnecting with them, with their nature or culture through another bond. So I think by giving this more attention, the nature-culture merge in development countries in general, I think it could be recognized as a form of intangible heritage. There is already a system like that in UNESCO by cultural landscapes, and there's a biosphere reserves, man and biosphere reserves. However, the bond itself is very little studied or promoted. And there are ways, for example, psychological ways or psychological approaches to assess this bond and the strength of this bond relatively to an area, for example. There are systems that exist by questionnaires to assess this. But it should be reflected as a key element for safeguarding both culture and nature heritage, and then thereby reflected as an important bond in international standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van Damme. So just to really quickly wrap up, I'll just like to mention two things that came out and were repeated in this session and before. Is number one is balance between foreign international support intervention and local ownership. The other one being that management capacities and that the need to build more management capacities came back a lot. I think these are things that will come back also in the proceedings. For now, I would just like to thank, this was the last panel of today, but we have another element that I will let Mohammed introduce, but I would like to thank the panelists very much for their interventions, for their enlightening presentations, the audience, the hosts, and the translators, the interpreters, and all my colleagues that were here working behind the scenes today. So thank you again so much. I hope to see you tomorrow. And for the last element, I will pass the floor back to Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bart. We have one final element. We hopefully finish in 10 to 12 minutes. I would like to introduce one of the CEO of one of the organizations that we have supported under the small grant scheme in collaboration with SMEPS. As promised, we have a number of 12 short documentaries available online for your viewing for demand. Before we show you a short trailer about them, I want to give the floor to Nasser to give us a small brief about the experience of producing the films and the experience of working with very talented young filmmakers from Yemen.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I want to thank UNESCO and the European Union for putting this conference together. Last year, we at the Youth of the World Together organization launched the Yemeni Film Factory program, funded by UNESCO and the European Union, and in a partnership with New York Film Academy and SMEPS. The program enabled 12 young filmmakers with the skill needed to become great storytellers and pursue a successful career in the film industry, which align with the mission of YWT in generating job opportunities and helping promote economic development in Yemen through art, culture, media, and technology. 12 young filmmakers finished their experience at the program we have created at YWT, alongside the New York Film Academy, who trained and mentored our students in a tremendously professional way. They have accomplished to the top of their capacity the program primary goal. They could take advantage of 6-week training and become empowered storyteller, capable of portraying with a great detail and professionalism, not only their personal experiences, but also the beautiful side of our beloved Yemen. Despite all challenges, those young filmmakers came up with 12 inspiring short films that tell the unseen story of our Yemeni culture heritage. Those 12 filmmakers came from 4 cities and each tell the story of her city, leaving us with an entire great picture of Yemen. Jamal from Al Hadida city, one of YFF young filmmakers participant, was arrested by the security authority while shooting his film. Held for 12 hours, they took his laptop and deleted all of his film materials, which made him even more determined to start over with more passion and determination to finish his film and tell his story. Like Jamal, other young filmmakers have got over many challenges through their genre, such as getting the training online with slow internet connection and electricity shortage in Yemen. But that was no barrier against their persistence to take the full advantage of the program. They have shown that they deserve all the opportunity given to them and even more. The outcome of this program came as a proof of that creative industry are a pathway for employment and economic growth. After 3 months of the program completion, I'm proud to say that we have 3 filmmakers who start working in the film industry with the Yemeni production company. They use the training opportunity and the knowledge that they currently hold as a form of income. The Culture Time, the first global map of culture and creative industry by the UNESCO in 2015, assessed the contribution of culture and creative industry to economic growth. It estimated that they generate $250 billion in a revenue a year, creating 29.5 million jobs worldwide. This assessment tells us why creative industry should no longer be taken as a luxury, but acknowledge the beneficial impact on economic growth and job creation while protecting the world culture heritage. The creative industry in Yemen is a fertile ground to invest in. It's a promising industry that needed to be improved, and youth in Yemen deserve to have an opportunity to experience the benefit of this industry. This country is full of resources, creativity, and talented and discovered. A clear example of this is the outcome of the YFF program, which proved that the youth in Yemen need fair chances to show the world their ability and creativity. As I mentioned before, this industry creates 29.5 million jobs worldwide and employ more people aged 15 to 29 than any other sector. The thing we should highlight is that this helped decrease deployment among youth and promote economic growth in a country that highly needed such a development as Yemen. YWT is embarking on launching a culture network to support individual artists, culture operator, culture and art organization, and Yemeni artists inside Yemen and in the diaspora to generate income and improve their livelihood through the creative industry. Following years of working in the art and culture, YWT has recognized that the cultural landscape in Yemen is characterized by a lack of information and research of its program and project, fragmented effort by various culture operators, and a lack of systematic attempt to work on creating network and linkages between Yemeni culture and art organization, culture operator, and Yemeni artists in the diaspora. Therefore, there is a need to establish such a network to support Yemeni artists and culture operator, both technically and financially. Such a network will provide talented youth across the divided country to build their artistic skill and talent so they can overcome the current economic hardship and the political divide through creativity. So I invite you all to visit our website and social media to find out more how you can contribute to our mission of empowering young Yemenis. I will be leaving you now with the trailers of the 12 inspiring short films created by those young filmmakers. All the 12 films will be available for viewing for 2 weeks at filmsavenue.com. For those interested, please go and get your tickets for free. You will find the links in the chat, and it's already published in our social media. Thank you.
لما حد يحضر جلسات الشاي حقنا يستغرب من كثرة الألوان المختلفة يعني، وهي في الأساس يعني نكهات تضاف للشاي وتطلع هذه الألوان، منها الشاي الأخضر، الكركديه أو الحومري كما يسموه، أيضا الفالتين، الكاكاو وغيرها أنواع كثيرة يعني تضاف للشاي وتظهر بألوان مختلفة.
أنا حبيت الشغلة هذه من زمان، مهووس بالبخور العدني، ولأنه البخور هذا موجود في كل بيت عدني. فتلاقي يعني مثلا زي جدتي أو خالتي يعني هم بيصنعوا هذا البخور العدني، فجأة الفكرة من هناك يعني ممكن تقول على الفطرة.
كانت الفضة موروث شعبي من الضروري إن المرأة اليمنية إن نلبسنها، والفضة لها أهمية كبيرة قوية خاصة بالنساء اليمنيات. وكانت النسوان حق صنعاء يلبسين الفضة أكثر من الذهب. كم كنت بسر جدتي تشتري دائما حبات الجنيه من الذهب، ودائما تخبيها في ذيك حقها الصندوق، أما الفضة دائما تلبسها في مناسبة أو كان في بيت.
تاريخها الحقيقي من الزمن القديم، من العهد الحميري والسبعي، لوجود مناجم حميرية وسبعية تم اكتشافها قريبا. الحقيقي يوجد في أغلب مناطق اليمن الجبلية، ويتواجد حاليا، وأكثر المناجم المستخرج منها هي ذمار وما حولها.
هذا مش تراث، هذا تاريخ بحد ذاته، يضيف للأجيال القادمة بصمة جديدة من بصمات التغيير في اللبس التراثي. طبعا يرجع سر اهتمامنا بالملابس التراثية أو بالتراث بشكل يعني موسع، نتيجة لأنه التراث متوافق ومواكب لمناسباتنا. لاحظ إنه يوم الحمام عندنا مثلا في صنعاء، يوم الحمام هو يوم الفلكلور الشعبي من كل نواحيه.
هذه الشغلة كانوا أبانا يشتغلوها، وإحنا يعني من بعدهم، يعني أنا علمت أولادي من بعدهم. اشتغل هذه الشغلة حق الأب والجد، ما غلطبهاش. هذا المعوز جاهز، نشوي له خياطة وعدكلة وكواية وعلى طول للسوق.
والله واحد من جدتي كان هو مهنته شغل الشباك، كان ما يشتغل بحر، يشتغل مهنته بس بالبحر، شباك الناس، أجري يومي يشتغل بحر أنا مع الناس واشتغل معاه، مشي أموري.
المقلمة المطبول هو كل حاجة بالنسبة لي. يعني أنا لو ما أدخل أطبخ المقالة هذه كأننا أتجاور مع واحد، أتكلم مع واحد، أشوفه كأنه صاحبي، أحضر معه، أطرح يعني روحي ومعنوياتي كلها فيه، ما أفكر في أي حاجة إلا أفكر فيه. زي ما يكون معك عقد شي شيكوا يوم عيد تخرجوا أحسن واحد، كذا يكون هذا تركيزي بعده.
الفن اليمني يتميز بإيحاءات يسموها كومبلكس، يتميز بنقاء، بنكهات متفردة. أنا بالنسبة لي أكثر شيء يظهرني في مسألة الإنتاج أن كل منطقة لديها إيحاءات خاصة بها وقوام خاص بها، وهذا بيخلينا نكتشف أكثر وأكثر مناطق فيها
إيحاءات جديدة، إيحاءات قريبة، إيحاءات نادرة.
أكلتم أنا مساعدة ذيش ما توصلناش لحد. أنا كنت أنا الأب والأم للأولاد.
أنا بالنسبة لأمي أنا العالم يحترمه ويقدره ويضربوا بها المثل في كل بقعة. يعني إني كابحث مناضلات ولا حتى اليوم حتى الزبائن اللي بيجوا بيشتروا مني هذا مش هم زبايني أنا، هم زباين أهي.
حبي والحنين مسكنك في وسط قلبي. حلمي في الوضع الحالي أن عدن تتحسن وتطيب وتشفى من جراحها، وكذلك يعني يتحسن الوضع الثقافي والفني فيها، بحيث أنه يعني نمارس الفن بطريقة أفضل بإمكانيات أكثر بدعم أقوى. يا بلادي يا بلاد الثائرين.
استنباط الرقصات المفرق عندنا في حضرموت، نحاول ان احنا ندمجهم، تظهر يعني افضل صورة من كون يعني نفس الرقصة مقلدين رقصة معينة.
Thank you so much, Nasser, for talking about the films. They feel amazing. I've seen them multiple times, and I invite people to see the link in the chat, go access our event page to check the link is available there as well. Nasser's CSO, YWT, and the project you saw, or the films you saw as a result of the project, is one of 8 different CSOs. All of them are equally as important. All of them do contribute to hundreds of young people, to empower them, to make them storytellers, make them better artists, and make them providers for their families. Tomorrow we are designating the whole day to talk about cultural expression, about creative industries, and how the project and our partners are supporting hundreds of young people, talking about their stories, using their expressive abilities to gain income, and also to contribute to a larger process of peace building in the country. In 2 sessions tomorrow, we will talk about how young people are economizing their talent, and talking about how culture and peace building do intersect at particular points. Please, we would like to invite you also to join us tomorrow. You can use the same link that we used today to learn more. We will have speakers from Special Envoy's Office, from RNW Media, from AFAQ, Arab Film Fund, which is a regional organization supporting arts and artists, and beneficiaries and young artists who are going to speak about their experiences. To conclude today's meeting, I would like to thank everyone who participated. I'd like to thank the European Union for their constant support and encouragement and collaboration. I'd like to thank the Yemeni government for their coordination, support, and belief in improving and preserving and promoting cultural heritage in Yemen, despite the many challenges and difficulties the context is currently providing. I'd like to thank our local partners, including SFD, SMEPS, and any other also organization that and the PWB and any other organization that my mind just after 4 hours is fried, cannot forget to mention. I'd like to thank every individual speaker for their knowledge and experience that they humbly shared with us today. We are available. Please do. The team has been trying to answer almost all of your questions in the chat. Please do reach out to us if you have any question at doha@unesco.org. And we are always available to talk about the project, to talk about the impact we do, and to seek further collaborations. I want to thank Culture Solutions, Bart with us, Damien, Nicole, and Kate for their support and collaboration in making this event successful. And thanks to the team in Yemen, in Sana'a, in here for their support. Thank you so much, and please do rejoin us tomorrow. We start at 3 p.m. Doha time and 2 p.m. Paris or Brussels time. Have a good night, and please see you soon.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
معلش بكلمك معلش. ايوه بس انا الترم الاولى كان معنا مش حافل.
انا ليش الله